Chapter 955 Supreme Rules Break. Chapter 955 Supreme Rules Break 10 billion years of lifespan. 100 billion years. A trillion years. 10 trillion years. Hanju cursed with all his might and stared at his attributes panel. Because the carefree immortal did not hate him, he did not know about the other party's situation. In any case, Hanju decided to give the carefree immortal 10 quadrillion years of lifespan. It sounded like a lot, but it was only an unobservable small number. After all, carefree immortal was an undying and eternal existence. He had to spend a lot if he wanted to succeed. 100 trillion years. A quadrillion years. 10 quadrillion years. Hanju suddenly felt something and suddenly looked up. He discovered that the 7 supreme rules above the 3,000 great Tao began to shake violently, like violent dragons and snakes. As expected, the carefree immortal fused into the chaotic will, which was hidden in the 7 supreme rules. Perhaps the gathering of the 7 supreme rules was the chaotic will. Hanju stared at the 7 supreme rules and continued cursing. At this moment, figures appeared under the 7 supreme rules. Among them were the ultimate god of punishment, the Holy Mother of Order, and Laozi. Hanju did not recognize the others. From their auras, they were all great Tao Supremes. Soon, the foolish sword sage joined in the fun under the supreme rules. What's going on? A mighty figure frowned and asked. Laozi said, there must be karma for the supreme rules to react so violently. However, we don't see anyone wanting to touch the supreme rules. In other words, the problem is inside the supreme rules. The Holy Mother of Order said, the supreme rules can't riot for no reason. Something must have happened. Everyone looked at the ultimate god of punishment. After all, the ultimate god of punishment was the divine spirit's leader. He was the Lord of Chaos on the surface and held the highest authority. The ultimate god of punishment did not say anything but stared at the supreme rules. A mighty figure suddenly asked, why isn't the divine might heavenly sage here? The foolish sword sage said angrily, does he usually come out? No one is causing trouble for him now. He won't come out even if the chaos collapses. The mighty figures felt that it made sense. This was already the consensus of the chaos. The ultimate god of punishment had already experienced the primordial heavenly prison. No matter what he guessed, he definitely had to protect Hanju. They only heard him say, it has nothing to do with the divine might heavenly sage. Back then, the power that the ancient desolate divine spirit borrowed from the supreme rule was easily defeated by him. This means that the supreme rule is not irresistible to the divine might heavenly sage. He might even look down on it. There are more than a few great Tao Supremes in the chaos. The Holy Mother of Order said, previously, the carefree immortal captured many geniuses and was killed by the divine might heavenly sage in the blank domain. Perhaps the carefree immortal wants to revive and is absorbing the power of the supreme rules. The other mighty figures revealed interested expressions and began to ask about it. The Holy Mother of Order told them everything she knew. Hanju was still cursing. He had heard the words of the foolish sword sage and the ultimate god of punishment, so he did not appear. Indeed, there would be a problem if he went out now. After all, it would only be his clone even if he went. Hanju's lifespan was still decreasing. 1 quintillion years. 10 quintillion. 100 quintillion years. 1 sextillion years. 10 sextillion years. 100 sextillion years. Hanju looked up and saw that one of the supreme rules had broken. His heart trembled. Could he have cursed the supreme rules to ruin? I want to know if the supreme rule will be destroyed if I continue cursing. A quadrillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. No, Hanju secretly heaved a sigh of relief. The supreme rules were still stable. Then I won't hold back. Carefree immortal, you must die. His lifespan continued to decrease. The number at the back jumped very quickly, making him inexplicably nervous. The breaking of the supreme rules made the mighty figures panic. The ultimate god of punishment could not maintain his calm. The Book of Misfortune had long been upgraded to an ultimate Tao treasure. It surpassed the power of the great Tao Supreme Realm and caused terrifying destruction. It had to be known that this was the first time the supreme rules had broken since they were created. Ordinary ultimate Tao treasures naturally could not hurt the supreme rules, but this also contained Han Ju's ultimate origin power and 100 sextillion years of origin lifespan. The power combined was enough to curse any great Tao Supreme to death. "What should we do?" the foolish sword sage asked. He was very nervous. Could another calamity be on the way? The other mighty figures began to plan. They used their dermic powers to repair the supreme rules, but they suffered a backlash. The power of the curse, the ultimate god of punishment, was moved and said with a trembling voice. The word curse made everyone think of a name. A mighty figure's expression darkened. He gritted his teeth and said, "Dark Forbidden Lord. I didn't expect this fellow to be so strong." Previously, the Dark Forbidden Lord said that he wanted to deal with it when the ancient desolate divine spirit appeared. So it was not a lie. But the ancient desolate divine spirit has already died. Why did he touch the supreme rules? Haven't you heard of anything? When darkness descends, it will be when the Dark Forbidden Lord appears. There's a high chance that he wants to destroy the supreme rules first and make the chaos lose order, as if it has fallen into darkness. Fellow Taoist, you are right. What should we do if it's really the Dark Forbidden Lord? All the transcendent existences above the chaotic living beings fell into uneasiness. On the other side, Han Ju was still cursing. Not long after, he consumed 500 sextillion years of his lifespan. A shrill roar suddenly sounded from the broken supreme rules. No, the voice's owner was the carefree immortal. Most of the mighty figures below the supreme rules knew the carefree immortal and instantly recognized his voice. It's indeed the carefree immortal. The Dark Forbidden Lord is cursing the carefree immortal. A mighty figure frowned and asked. The Holy Mother of Order said, "Impossible. The carefree immortal has no karma. No curse can hurt him. We can't even deduce him. How can the Dark Forbidden Lord curse him?" The ultimate god of punishment narrowed his eyes. Could it be that the carefree immortal is the Dark Forbidden Lord? We can't deduce the two can't completely by karma. You have to know that even the karma of the divine might heavenly sage can be traced. In the entire chaos, only the karma of these two has no traces. The foolish sword sage frowned. It's indeed possible. The scream did not last long before it suddenly stopped. Han Ju's curse missed after that. He had consumed 600 sextillion years of his lifespan. It had yet to reach its target. That's it. When Han Ju's curse stopped, the broken supreme rule began to automatically mend. Seeing this, all the mighty figures heaved a sigh of relief. The Holy Mother of Order said, "Looks like it should be the carefree immortal's doing." He wanted to forcefully revive and absorb the power of the supreme rules but suffered a backlash. If it's the Dark Forbidden Lord, there's no need for him to deal with the carefree immortal. Unless there's someone from the Dark Forbidden Lord among the geniuses captured by the carefree immortal. A mighty figure asked carefully, could the divine might heavenly sage be? He did not finish his sentence. The Holy Mother of Order shook her head. Probably not. You didn't witness the battle between the divine might heavenly sage and the carefree immortal. The carefree immortal is no threat to the divine might heavenly sage at all. If he's really the Dark Forbidden Lord, won't he be exposing himself? In order to deal with an ant that he can easily crush, exposing his long-hidden identity is too stupid. Besides, the ultimate God has already said that the divine might heavenly sage's karma can be deduced. Chapter 956 Difference, Ultimate Origin World. Chapter 956 Difference, Ultimate Origin World. Han Ju stared at the supreme rules after cursing the carefree immortal to death. The mighty figures left and they recovered and stopped rampaging. Han Ju asked in his mind, can the carefree immortal still be revived? This karma doesn't exist. He was beyond dead. Han Ju heaved a sigh of relief. Another enemy was gone. How wonderful. Next, he could cultivate and wait for the chaotic will. Han Ju wiped the book of misfortune. Although there was no dust, it still felt ritualistic. You will always be my most important treasure, Han Ju muttered to himself. In the cultivation world, treasures referred to Dharma treasures. Along the way, the book of misfortune had contributed the most. How many enemies had he killed, causing them to die before they could take revenge? It had bought him a long period of cultivation. He put away the book of misfortune and continued cultivating. He had just cursed carefree immortal to death. He couldn't go out and wander around. At least not for the next 500,000 years. 500,000 years were countless eras for all living beings. However, it was as if he had taken a nap in the eyes of a great Tao Supreme. The period of time was not long. Han Ju closed his eyes. Mist spread in the dark void. The evil heavenly emperor stopped before a mighty figure and bowed respectfully. He lowered his head and asked, "May I ask if the chaos will welcome a huge change?" He didn't dare to look at this unknown existence, but his tone was not humble. This existence was the formless transcendent deity, but the evil heavenly emperor did not know his name. Yes. The formless transcendent deity only said a word, but it brought endless pressure to the evil heavenly emperor. What should I do? Continue what you are doing. The future is still the same. I don't need to prepare. You're too weak. You're not qualified to enter the next game. You're not even a pawn. The evil heavenly emperor was silent. Although the heavenly court was developing very well, his potential was not good. He had yet to attain the great Tao. The formless transcendent deity said, 2 people from the heavenly court can enter the game. The evil heavenly emperor's eyes flickered as he guessed their identities. I understand. Thank you for your guidance, Senior. The evil heavenly emperor bowed and left. The evil heavenly emperor came to Han Huang's palace after returning to the heavenly court. 4 heavenly soldiers were guarding the door. They immediately knelt down and bowed when they saw him. Divine General Han is still not out of seclusion. The evil heavenly emperor placed his hands behind his waist and asked softly. A heavenly soldier replied, he hasn't come out of seclusion. They had never seen Han Huang because the heavenly soldiers guarding this hall had already changed by more than 1,000 times. To the heavenly soldiers, Han Huang was an ancient legend. They were also looking forward to seeing the legendary invincible divine general. The evil heavenly emperor did not say anything else. He turned around and prepared to leave. At this moment, the palace door suddenly opened. A terrifying aura rushed out, instantly pressing the 4 heavenly soldiers to the ground. The evil heavenly emperor's dragon robe fluttered as he turned around. His expression was calm, but his heart was in turmoil. This aura. Good kid. The evil heavenly emperor immediately entered the hall and the door closed. The 4 heavenly soldiers stood up and looked at each other, not daring to say a word. The evil heavenly emperor walked straight over to Han Huang after he entered. The latter was meditating. He was stunned. He thought he saw Han Ju. Unknowingly, Han Huang already had Han Ju's aura. The evil heavenly emperor stopped in front of Han Huang and sized him up. He smiled and asked, "You broke through?" Han Huang opened his eyes and said, "No, it's too difficult to break through to the great Tao Supreme Realm. However, I've learned a great mystical power. I'm not afraid even if it's a great Tao Supreme." So arrogant. I'm talking about the weakest among the great Tao Supremes. That's still very impressive. The evil heavenly emperor smiled. Han Huang also smiled. Han Huang changed. He was still confident and sharp, but there was a calmness amidst his arrogance, as if he was completely mature. Han Huang looked up and said, "Your Majesty, I've been immersed in the river of destiny and seen many things during this period of time. I've personally witnessed your past with my father. Actually, I really want to ask you a question. Why did you decide to rope my father in? You did everything you could to help him." The evil heavenly emperor sat down and smiled. "If it's only talent, I will admire it, but I won't do my best." Back then, for the sake of the mortal world, he dared to face the entire heavenly court alone. Such righteousness and courage are worthy of my trust. As long as you do something for such a person, he will never be ungrateful. Although your father only knows how to enter seclusion and tell you descendants and disciples that he won't care if anything happens to you, that's just to scare you. He won't let it go if something really happens to you. From the beginning till now, if anyone close to him died, he would think of all ways to help them revive. Han Huang was silent. He recalled his father's words before he left and then thought of the scene of his father fighting the carefree immortal. A certain emotion surged in his heart. It was hard to say. The evil heavenly emperor changed his tone. "Huang'er, cultivate well in the future. I don't need you for the time being regarding the heavenly court. I hope you can become the next divine might heavenly sage as soon as possible." Han Huang nodded, his eyes shining. "I will catch up to father and surpass him to achieve my goal." The evil heavenly emperor asked, "Oh. What goal?" "Surpassing your father is not the greatest goal." Han Huang smiled. "An unspeakable goal." The evil heavenly emperor was stunned. Han Huang closed his eyes. The evil heavenly emperor stared at him in a daze. He suddenly felt it at this moment. He felt the difference. This difference was not as simple as potential, but the impact on the evil heavenly emperor was unprecedented. Furthermore, only he could experience this impact. "So I'm really tiny," this sentence echoed in the evil heavenly emperor's mind. 100,000 years later. Han Ju opened his eyes and smiled brightly. What a domineering ultimate origin power. His ultimate origin power had transformed again. Not only that, but the nebulous primordial chi in the center of the primordial world had begun to transform. A higher energy gas that surpassed the nebulous primordial chi. Han Ju named it ultimate origin chi. He could feel himself becoming stronger with just a wisp of ultimate origin chi. His strength would increase by trillions or even more when the entire primordial world became the ultimate origin world. It was immeasurable. The entire ultimate origin world was equivalent to Han Ju's soul. He wouldn't die unless it was destroyed. Moreover, as long as he was still alive, he could still recover the ultimate origin even if it was destroyed. It sounded almost impossible to kill him. Han Ju also realized the difference between the Great Tao Supreme and Tao Creator realms. The so-called half-step Creator realm of the ancient desolate Divine Spirit was too far away. The ancient desolate he relied on was nothing at all. He wanted the ancient desolate to replace the chaos. It was like a mortal trying to devour a sage or an ant trying to eat the sky. Utter nonsense. Han Ju began to observe the primordial world. He noticed something. The primordial world had given birth to a primordial chaos realm cultivator. This was too fast. Back then, hadn't the chaos been nurtured for countless years before producing a primordial chaos realm being? The chaotic chi was indeed nothing compared to the nebulous primordial chi. Chapter 957 Revival of Will. Chapter 957 Revival of Will. Han Ju questioned himself. Should he put the 53 chaotic fiend celestials into the primordial world? They would help him unify it. But he realized there was no need upon a second thought. His control over the primordial world was absolute, and these 53 chaotic fiend celestials were born and raised in the heavenly Tao, after all. Karma was difficult to sever. He couldn't guarantee they wouldn't become a weakness of the primordial world in the future. Forget it. All eggs couldn't be placed in one basket. What if someone betrayed him? Besides, he could never reveal all his trump cards. Han Ju pondered. He wanted his disciples and descendants to remain in the dark about all the forces he controlled. Even the people closest to him didn't know, let alone enemies. Han Ju observed the primordial world and then teleported to the main Tao field. He hadn't paid attention to the heavenly Tao for many years. He should take a look. No matter what, he had protected the heavenly Tao several times and it had already become his possession. This was his territory. He had to take a look. More and more heavenly Tao sages emerged in the heavenly Tao while he was in seclusion. There were already more than 10 freedom sages in the territory. The heavenly Tao domain doubled in size and the immortal world changed drastically. Han Ju was very glad. He was right to leave the sages alive. The heavenly Tao wouldn't be so prosperous if he were the one governing it. He was only suitable to back it, not to manage all living beings. More and more heavenly Tao cultivators went to the chaos and spread the heavenly Tao's providence and karma on the vast map of the chaos. Some old people left and some new people rose in the heavenly Tao. There were many people, and it was currently the healthiest development. The heavenly Tao did not carry out an absolute peaceful policy, so providence sects and dynasties often attacked each other. However, such a situation made the heavenly Tao stable. Yin and Yang were harmonious. It was feasible for immortals and gods to be righteous. The netherworld was reasonable and could be taken in. The hatred in the world was not suppressed. Although negative karma increased, there were no signs of calamity. Several hours later, Han Ju left and returned to the third Tao field. He called Xing Hongxian over. "Husband, do you miss me?" she asked with a smile. Han Ju smiled and said, "That's right." Overjoyed, Xing Hongxian pounced into his arms. Just as she was about to take the next step, Han Ju said, "I'm preparing to expand the Han family. What do you think?" Stunned, Xing Hongxian asked in surprise, "Do you want children or descendants?" Han Ju smiled. "Anything is fine. I plan to have a son every 10 million years. Xing Hongxian said in a low voice, "Then it's Xian Qingjuan's turn. She's been waiting for a long time. You're willing?" "Of course. It's already my honor to serve you. How can I monopolize you?" Xing Hongxian shook her head. She knew very well that liking someone was not about dominance. If not for Han Ju, she would only be immortal. He would accompany her for her life and she could still find another good person. Women were never the most important thing to Han Ju, so she didn't dare to be greedy and try to control him. Han Ju smiled. "You have to persuade Huang'er and Qing'er to start a family when they return." Xing Hongxian nodded. "Huang'er is still fine. After all, he's a man. Qing'er is a woman. How can she take the initiative? She's your only daughter. You have to be careful about her marriage. You can't take her marriage lightly." Han Ju fell into deep thought. That was true. How could the divine might heavenly sage's precious daughter marry just anyone? How many people could catch his eye in the entire chaos? Choose from the disciples. Forget it, he still had to ask his daughter about her thoughts. If she did not have such intentions, it would be fine if she did not marry. After all, the direct bloodline had to be inherited by a son. Several days later, Xing Hongxian left in satisfaction. Han Ju continued cultivating. Since he didn't know when the chaotic would appear, all he could do was continue cultivating. He had to become as strong as possible. In the crimson sky, the sea of clouds overlapped and the endless sea surged. The Holy Mother of Order stood at the end of the sea, majestic like a mountain. The sun behind her emitted a blinding light. A figure suddenly appeared in front of the Holy Mother of Order. It was Laozi. Laozi frowned and asked, "Do you feel it?" The Holy Mother of Order replied, "Let nature take its course." "What power is that?" "Supreme rules." "Then why would it affect us great Tao Supremes?" "I'm already like this." As for the myriad living beings, Laozi narrowed his eyes and asked, "Was my master controlled by this power back then?" The Holy Mother of Order said, "Everyone other than him." Laozi was moved. The Holy Mother of Order sighed. Fellow Taoist Li has already reached the peak of the great Tao and can be considered to have transcended the rules. You should understand the difference between doing it along the way and going against the Tao. Go back and cultivate well. Wait for your Tao heart's guidance. Laozi asked, "My master was surrounded by the chaos back then. Although he used a great mystical power to suppress the calamity, the heavenly Tao could no longer develop. Could it be that my master compromised?" The Holy Mother of Order did not answer. Laozi asked, "Who are we talking about this time? The Divine Might Heavenly Sage? The ultimate God of punishment? Or that dark forbidden Lord and Life Lord?" The Holy Mother of Order still did not answer. Laozi understood something and bowed before disappearing. The Holy Mother of Order did not move. She was like a statue standing on the sea, ancient and weathered. There was no day or night in the Order world. The sky would occasionally change color, but it was still daytime. After a certain period of time, the Holy Mother of Order slowly raised her right hand, causing a tornado to rise from the sea and soar into the sky. The tornado suddenly exploded, turning into torrential rain that enveloped the entire Order world. The rain rumbled and thunder rumbled, as if a storm was coming. The Holy Mother of Order did not move no matter how the violent waves struck her body. Above the chaos, the high and mighty 7 supreme rules began to slowly fuse. Their movements were very slow and there was no movement. Apart from a few mighty figures, no one in the entire chaos noticed this. On a barren star, Huang Zuantian was meditating in a huge pit. Countless tiny black stones floated around him. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and strange black patterns appeared between his eyebrows. He frowned and muttered, "What's going on?" The power of the divine authority, black light suddenly burst out from his eyes. His entire body began to shake violently as if he was about to explode. After a while, Huang Zuantian regained his calm. He raised his head again and his expression became indifferent. He looked into the depths of the universe and muttered to himself, "Divine Might Heavenly Sage, you've harmed me this deeply." He suddenly stood up and disappeared with the countless tiny black stones around him. At the same time, Heavenly Tao, outside the 33rd heaven, in a palace. The door suddenly opened. A terrifying aura erupted. A figure slowly walked out. It was Azure Heaven Mystic. Azure Heaven Mystic's face was filled with anger and killing intent. He looked down at the immortal world and shouted in a low voice, "Divine Might Heavenly Sage, you severed my karma. I will definitely eliminate you." This would definitely have disturbed the other sages in the past, but no sage appeared this time. The 33rd heaven fell into a strange silence. Chapter 958 Enemy of All Life, Supreme Avatar. Chapter 958 Enemy of All Life, Supreme Avatar Han Ju was still in seclusion when he was suddenly interrupted by a notification. Your good friend Heavenly Venerate Xian Du has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 6 stars. Your son Han Tua has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 6 stars. Your son Han Huang has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 6 stars. Your disciple Zhou Fan has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 6 stars. Your good friend Evil Heavenly Emperor has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 6 stars. Your disciple Ji Xianchen has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 6 stars. Your disciple Jiang Juesher has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 6 stars. Your good friend Huang Zuantian has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 6 stars, hatred notifications appeared one after another. It was not only his good friends but also many names he had never heard of. Han Ju frowned. The chaotic will had begun. He checked his attributes panel. He was only 10,372,308 years old. He was still more than 400,000 years away from refreshing the mystical destiny book. This crisis came too early and caught him off guard. Han Ju noticed something. Any existence that had entered the primordial heavenly prison did not turn to hatred. It seemed that the primordial heavenly prison was still impressive. It was immune from the chaotic will's influence. Han Ju noticed that Xing Hongxian and Qingwaner had also become 6-star hatred points, but the disciples in the third Tao field did not. This universe of stars was created by Han Ju. This was already a Tao field before they were nurtured, so they had nothing to do with the chaos. Han Ju sighed and went to seal Xing Hongxian and Qingwaner. Then, he sent a dream to the people enslaved by the primordial heavenly prison and told them about the chaotic will and asked them to hide it well. He left this matter to them. The people enslaved by the primordial heavenly prison were the 3 pure sacred ancestor, Heavenly Venerate Wufa, Chiu Shilai, Sect Master Tian Ju, Heavenly Calamity Emperor, Fang Liang, Pan Xian, Su Dudao, Great Sage Void Soul, Divine Robe Taoist, Red Fate, Yang Che, Ultimate God of Punishment, and Ancestor Tian Su. Ancestor Tian Su stayed in the third Tao field and was not assigned a mission by Han Ju for the time being. The last person Han Ju visited was the Ultimate God of Punishment. He asked something of him. In the dream, the Ultimate God of Punishment frowned. The will of the chaos is indeed terrifying. Other than those living beings who have never heard of you, everyone in the entire chaos hates you. Furthermore, they are absolute mortal enemies. If you want to resolve it, you have to defeat half of the providence in the chaos. The stronger your cultivation, the more providence you have. In other words, you have to defeat all the famous experts in the chaos to resolve this situation. Han Ju was enlightened. No wonder no matter how the heavenly Tao's descendants thought of Pangu and the Tao ancestor, they still worshipped them. It meant that the two of them had successfully broken through. No, then why did Pangu and the Tao ancestor fail? Han Ju frowned and asked. The ultimate God of punishment said, "This is only the death of all living beings." They should have encountered something after that, so Pangu perished and created the world. The Tao ancestor hid in the heavenly Tao, isolated from the chaos. If the heavenly Tao had continued to develop normally, it would have long been the center of the chaos, the strongest place. Han Ju said, "You don't have to care about me. Just continue managing the chaos." Are you confident? Yes. The dream ended. Han Ju opened his eyes. He teleported to the main Tao field and discovered that his Taoist temple was already surrounded. More than 100 million disciples called the 100-peak immortal river home. All the disciples wanted to barge into his Taoist temple, but the power of the system's Tao field made them helpless. It was not only in the 100-peak immortal river but also outside. More and more cultivators rushed over. The will of the chaos was indeed terrifying. Without a summoner, all living beings came spontaneously. Most importantly, these living beings didn't sense this. In their memories, there was hatred towards the divine might heavenly sage that couldn't be resolved. They had only heard that all living beings in the world wanted to suppress the divine might heavenly sage, so they came. As for who was the initiator, there were various opinions. Han Ju looked outside the 33rd heaven. The sages gathered in the Universal Hall and were discussing how to attack the 100-peak immortal river and deal with the divine might heavenly sage. He found it funny, as if a group of children was plotting how to resist the adults, who were eavesdropping outside the window. At this moment, Han Ju felt powerful auras spying on the heavenly Tao. Great Tao Supreme. There was no lack of perfected Great Tao Supreme existences among them. It had to be said that the foundation of the chaos was still very strong. Han Ju asked in his mind, what will happen if I defeat all the experts in the chaos? 1 quadrillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Face the chaotic will I die facing the chaotic will? 1 quadrillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. 40% chance of death, Han Ju showed a frown. So dangerous? He returned to the third Tao field and thought, I want to see myself facing the chaotic will. 1 quadrillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Why was his lifespan still being deducted? Wasn't this question essentially the same as the previous one? Han Ju cursed silently and chose to continue. His consciousness entered the illusion. When he opened his eyes again, he came to the 3000 Great Tao. He saw himself looking up at the 7 Supreme Rules. The Supreme Rules emitted a dazzling light and twisted violently, turning into 7 figures. Even 2 of the figures were Huang Zuantian and Azure Heaven Mystic. The others were divine authority generals whose appearance could not be seen clearly. Great Tao Providence Divine Authority Avatar. Is this the battle I have to face? Han Ju carefully sensed their auras. They were not weaker than the ancient desolate divine spirit and the carefree immortal. Very strong. Divine might heavenly sage, Han Ju, you are an anomaly. Your sole origin doesn't come from the chaos. The chaos tolerated you, but you have interfered with the fate of the chaos many times. Do you know your sins? A dignified voice sounded extremely cold. Han Ju had never heard this voice before. The future Han Ju in front replied, I've been staying in seclusion all my life and rarely fought with others. The enemies I've killed are all people I have no choice but to kill. I've never killed innocent people, much less have the authority to control the chaos. What crime is there? The dignified voice continued, the people you kill are all people who shouldn't die. Some of them will perform great creation, some will push for calamity, and some will build merit. In order to protect the people around you, you caused the deaths of countless living beings. Your sins are immeasurable. Han Ju laughed. What a joke. A slight move will affect the entire situation. If you want to punish someone, you can always do it forcefully. Come, let me surpass the power of the chaotic will. I'll make you shut up today. The 7 supreme avatars swooped down at him. The 3000 Great Tao below rose and wove into a huge net of the Great Tao, wanting to restrain him. Han Ju watched nervously. 5 minutes later. The future Han Ju killed the 7 supreme avatars. He was extremely powerful. Han Ju had to admit that from a spectator's point of view, he was really handsome. However, it was not over. Chapter 959 You have to die if you want to kill me. Chapter 959 You have to die if you want to kill me. After the 7 supreme avatars were destroyed, they transformed into countless stars that condensed together to form an extremely majestic figure. It was comparable to the entire chaos below, like a chaotic sky. Han Ju was tiny in front of this majestic giant shadow. Even he, who had already reached the perfected Great Tao Supreme Realm, was a little shocked. This was even more exaggerated than cells looking up to a mountain. This size had already surpassed his realm. Although Han Ju could expand infinitely, it was impossible for him to reach the level of chaos. But the majestic figure in front of him did it. The pressure that was visible to the naked eye was suffocating. Its aura far exceeded that of the ancient desolate divine spirit. A name appeared in his mind. Tao Creator. No way. He was going to face a Tao Creator. Han Ju's heart sank. So the future Han Ju seemed to be shocked and didn't say anything for a long time. The majestic figure was too tall and couldn't be seen. The dignified voice from before sounded, Han Ju, it's still not too late to bow your head now. From now on, as long as you stay in your domain or the heavenly Tao and don't interfere with the chaos or help the heavenly Tao grow, this calamity will be over. The future Hanju was still silent. The illusion shattered. Hanju opened his eyes with a solemn expression. What happened after that was either he admitted defeat or he was insta-killed. Otherwise, it would not have ended like this. He felt that it was most likely the former. He admitted defeat and hid in the Tao field to continue cultivating. No matter how strong the Tao creator was, it was impossible for him to barge into the Tao field. That was why the other party was willing to give him a chance. He knew that he couldn't kill Hanju completely, so he gave him a way out. Hanju asked in his mind, in the illusion just now, was the last giant shadow I faced a Tao creator? 500 trillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? This value was not the same as before. Forget it, let's be safe. Continue. No, Hanju heaved a sigh of relief. The difference between 100 trillion years and 500 trillion years was so great. He felt that the majestic giant shadow was worlds apart from the ancient desolate divine spirit. They were on completely different levels. Hanju showed a frown. What should he do? He had to think about facing the chaotic will before accepting the challenge of all living beings. Forget it, I'll cultivate first. In any case, he was hiding in the Taoist temple and no one could find trouble with him. As for the disciples in the other Tao field, they were restricted by the Tao field and could not escape. No matter how strong hatred was, it would not change over time. It had to be said that the chaotic will was indeed domineering. The identity of the public enemy of all living beings came too quickly. It was simply like the restart button of the world. Hanju couldn't help but think of what Pangu said to him. Everything was a lie. To be able to control the world and one's own will, what was the meaning of life? Those who didn't reach the Tao creator were ultimately weak. 10 years later. Hanju opened his eyes and frowned. He had wanted to enter seclusion for hundreds of thousands of years, but the situation was not optimistic. He was fine, but the heavenly Tao was suppressed by the various factions in the chaos. No less than 100 great Tao sages were near the heavenly Tao. That's right, more than 100 great Tao sages. There were not even so many great Tao sages in the chaos usually. All sorts of ghosts and monsters appeared after the chaotic will revived. Half of the heavenly Tao's chaotic heavenly road was trampled on. The heavenly Tao hidden sect was in chaos, as if it had been disbanded. Hanju also deduced that Han Tuo, Han Huang, Zhou Fan, and the other descendants and disciples outside were attacked in all sorts of ways. Although they also hated Hanju, the chaotic lifeforms didn't believe it and wanted to capture them to threaten him. Hanju could use the invocation Tao to summon them all back, but in that case, he couldn't protect the heavenly Tao and the hidden sect disciples. Not all hidden sect disciples knew the invocation technique. Even if he summoned them back, it would become a hidden danger. Just like the future he had deduced, there was chaos in the 100-peak immortal river. He had to divert his attention. Hanju's eyes flickered. He began to circulate his energy and mobilized the power of the 3,000 great Tao. He had already grasped the 3,000 fiend celestial Dharma idols. Although he did not directly control the 3,000 great Tao, he had the power of their rules. He used the power of the 3,000 great Tao and the power of the ultimate origin to create a clone. This clone contained his ultimate origin power and all his mystical powers, but it did not have Dharma treasures or independent intelligence. He immediately sent his clone out. He split his will into two. One was responsible for the cultivation of the main body and the other was responsible for controlling the clone. His clone quickly traveled through the chaos, far from the heavenly Tao. Where should I go? Hanju was a little conflicted. That place. Hanju immediately moved and quickly approached a chaotic domain. The past grand primordium domain. This domain became barren after the Grand Primordium Fiend Celestial died. The Fiend Celestial's murderous aura was still there and no cultivator dared to approach. Hanju landed on the dilapidated Grand Primordium continent and said, "I am the divine might heavenly sage. Since all living beings are my enemy, come to the Grand Primordium domain. I will welcome all enemies here and kill all who come." His voice resounded throughout the chaos. Even the living beings in the heavenly Tao could hear it. Almost instantly, powerful auras locked onto the Grand Primordium domain. It's time. Hanju was secretly nervous. This was the first time he had become the public enemy of all living beings. He deliberately threatened all living beings because he was afraid that seizing the chaotic Chi's providence would be too fast and could not buy time for his main body to cultivate. He wanted to wait here for all living beings to challenge him. He wanted to turn this place into a forbidden land in the long years to come. All living beings had their memories changed by the chaotic will, but they did not become stupid. They naturally could not fight a powerful enemy they could not defeat. Divine might heavenly sage. A cold snort sounded. Rolling green flames came from the depths of the chaos. Above the flames, a man in a purple robe stepped forward. Great Tao Supreme. Furthermore, it was not an ordinary Great Tao Supreme. Hanju stared at him calmly and didn't say anything. The purple-robed man said, "I am." Boom. Hanju suddenly appeared in front of the purple-robed man and stopped in front of him with a palm. The divine might great heaven palm was invisible and colorless. It directly destroyed the purple-robed man's body, leaving only his soul in the void. The endless green flames below instantly dissipated. The purple-robed man was moved. His soul trembled in disbelief. Impossible. He was a Great Tao Supreme. How could he not even have time to react? But the speed just now. Hanju said expressionlessly, "Do you want to die?" The purple-robed man suppressed his fear and said angrily, "Divine might heavenly sage, you destroyed my Tao field and stole my supreme treasure." Hanju clenched his right hand into a fist and the purple-robed man's soul was instantly destroyed. The other party was a Great Tao Supreme and definitely had a backup plan. If not, he deserved to die. The chaotic will was to blame. Hanju turned around and looked at the void. "All of you, come out. I won't show mercy. Even if you are being controlled, you have to die if you want to kill me." It took him 10 million years of bitter cultivation to obtain today's strength. Although all living beings were controlled by the chaotic will, they were enemies now. Enemies had to die. Hanju could tolerate his family and disciples, he could tolerate the heavenly Tao, but there was no reason to tolerate the chaos. He spared the living beings in the chaos only because he was afraid of the Tao creator. However, he didn't mind letting the first-rate cultivation realm of the chaos decrease by a few levels. Chapter 960 Number 1 Person Since Ancient Times. Chapter 960 Number 1 Person Since Ancient Times. Powerful auras appeared in all directions of the Grand Primordium domain as soon as he finished speaking. Hanju also felt some familiar auras. 12 Ancestral Magi. Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning. The great Tao sages in the deity realm of the ruins of End also came. After millions of years, all 12 ancestral magi had attained the great Tao. These great Tao sages were originally on good terms with the heavenly Tao, but now, they had become enemies. Hanju was expressionless. He wouldn't show mercy. It was not only the great Tao sages. The great Tao Supremes also came. Terrifying figures that seemed to come from the ends of the ancient desolate stepped over with world-destroying divine might. All the killing intent locked onto Hanju and the dilapidated Grand Primordium domain trembled. Fiend celestial Dharma idols condensed above Hanju's head. In an instant, 500 fiend celestial Dharma idols condensed successfully. 500 was enough. The battle was about to begin. The 500 fiend celestial Dharma idols faced each other and roared in all directions, each using a mystical power. The heavenly constellation Fiend Celestial punched out. The wind from his fist was ferocious and tore through the void. The Shadow Flood Fiend Celestial raised its arms. Countless Shadow Fiend Celestials attacked like a torrent, unstoppable. The Combat Fiend Celestial condensed a battle-intent divine weapon. The power of the divine weapon shook the chaotic chi and suppressed the aura of all enemies. Inside the Taoist temple, Han Ju opened his eyes. Xing Hongxian had just finished receiving a round of absolute purification. It took more than 100 years, and his lifespan was also deducted. Absolute purification could only be used one-on-one. It was really troublesome to use absolute purification to break through the chaotic will. He could at most use it on his family and personal disciples. Not to mention the heavenly Tao, he couldn't even save the hidden sect. This path did not work. Xing Hongxian opened her eyes and saw him. She couldn't help but ask curiously, "Husband, what happened?" "I think I had a dream that we became enemies." She was extremely afraid upon recalling the dream. It was too real. Fortunately, it was all fake. Han Ju said, "That was not a dream." He pointed at her forehead. The scenes of the 100-peak immortal river surged into her mind, stunning her. Han Ju explained all of this to her, making her completely shocked. "Chaotic will," Xing Hongxian muttered to herself, her voice trembling. Although she had been cultivating beside Han Ju, she didn't understand his vision. Her cultivation level made her unable to even understand the chaos. She didn't even dare to think about manipulating everyone's thoughts. What kind of existence was the chaotic will that could control all living beings? In that case, what was the point of living beings? Xing Hongxian was confused. She suddenly felt that everything was meaningless. She couldn't be said to be weak. Everyone else was the same. What was the point of life when one discovered that one could be controlled by an existence? Han Ju said, "Don't be afraid. I'm here." His words were very light, but they carried a lot of weight. Xing Hongxian looked at him and saw that he was calm. Her heart warmed and her previous sense of security returned. That's right. With her husband around, what was she afraid of? Xing Hongxian suddenly thought of something. "Isn't Huang'er," Han Ju said, "that's right. Next, stay here and cultivate well. Don't go anywhere. Although they are controlled by the chaotic will, they only hate me and don't have to kill me relentlessly. They won't find trouble with me before they are confident. I still have time to become stronger." Xing Hongxian nodded and did not dare to ask for anything. All she could do now was not to be a burden. Now was Han Ju only used absolute purification to test this function. It took too long. He decided to cultivate hard. Since he might not be able to defeat the clone of the chaotic will, he might as well force it. He used his clones to constantly kill the powerful enemies and weaken the chaos, forcing the Tao creator to interfere. In any case, Han Ju's main body was hiding in the Tao field. The Tao creator couldn't hurt him. Let's just do it. Han Ju's eyes emitted a cold light. Xing Hongxian saw the killing intent, but she did not say anything. In her heart, Han Ju was the most important. Even if all living beings were controlled to kill Han Ju and were killed by him, she would never pity them. She was very petty. There were not many people she could be concerned about. Her husband and son were enough. Grand Primordium Domain. Blood chi surrounded the world. Corpses of different sizes were scattered in all directions of the Grand Primordium Domain. At first glance, this place was like a chaotic land. The ferocious negative karma was visible to the naked eye. Han Ju's clone was sitting in the Grand Primordium Domain and waiting quietly. After 100 years, all the mighty figures who came to challenge were killed by him. However, most mighty figures had life-saving methods. They either left behind clones, soul fragments, or supreme treasures to escape. Han Ju didn't kill them all, but some pitiful worms came to die without any life-saving methods. He didn't pity them. Now, the entire chaos knew where he was. His terrifying battle achievements had also spread throughout the chaos. The name of the divine might heavenly sage had become even more terrifying than the dark forbidden lord. On this day, another mighty figure had arrived. Han Ju opened his eyes and saw a sword chi crossing the void outside the grand primordium domain, as if it was splitting the chaos into two. Above the sword chi was a figure dressed in a Taoist robe. He had white hair and sleeves that fluttered in the wind. His aura was like a sword that pierced through the chaotic void. Laozi. The two of them looked at each other from afar. The blood chi and chaotic chi around the grand primordium domain instantly stopped as if space and time had stopped. At this moment, countless cultivators stopped and watched from afar. They didn't dare to approach, afraid that they would be affected. Laozi is here. I hope he can resist the divine might heavenly sage. Sigh, it's tough. The divine might heavenly sage is too strong. I feel that he's already invincible. He defeated the divine authority generals, killed the ancient desolate divine spirit, and defeated 100 great Tao sages. Since ancient times, the divine might heavenly sage is indeed number one. However, this person has done many evil things. He's the calamity of the chaos. What will happen to the chaos if even Laozi is defeated? Laozi has a chance of winning as long as he can restrain the divine might heavenly sage. He's not fighting alone, after all. Han Ju stood up and stepped out of the grand primordium domain. Laozi looked at him and said, actually, you have other paths to take. The path you chose is a path of no return. That giant god was like this in the past. He died and his Tao dissipated. You can learn from my master. Pangu slaughtered 3,000 chaotic fiend celestials and finally died. The Tao ancestor didn't cause too much trouble. He had probably chosen another path and compromised. From then on, the heavenly Tao stopped moving. An immeasurable calamity appeared every time his strength was about to improve. He couldn't ask Han Ju to imitate the Tao ancestor. Times were different from the past. If he lowered his head, the heavenly Tao would not be as simple as stagnant. How many sages would have to be sacrificed to return it to its previous state? In that case, the heavenly Tao might as well be destroyed. Han Ju decided to risk it. Compared to the chaotic will, who was more ruthless? At most, he would make ancestor Tian Su use Life of All. Life of All was a Tao destruction mystical power, a destiny mystical power. It sacrificed one's cultivation and providence in exchange for the death of all living beings. It could only be used under a certain heavenly Tao or calamity. The price was that one's cultivation level would decrease by a major realm. Ancestor Tian Su wasn't a heavenly Tao life form. The entire chaos would be affected when he used this move. This move was basically a life-and-death struggle with the ninth chaos. Chapter 961 Absolute Invincibility, Chaotic Divine Authority. Chapter 961 Absolute Invincibility, Chaotic Divine Authority. Han Ju raised his right hand, and the Ultimate Origin Heaven Seal condensed beside him. Red light burst out and shone in the grand primordium domain. Looking ghastly and terrifying, he stared at Laozi expressionlessly and said, "Thank you for your reminder, but I won't show mercy if you become my enemy. Be prepared to die." Laozi's expression was indifferent as he said, "I just want to ask about the power of the divine might heavenly sage. You cultivated for 10 million years and surpassed us predecessors. Losing to you is also considered a heavenly Tao inheritance." Han Ju smiled. How shameless. In that case, don't blame him for being impolite. He suddenly disappeared. Before his figure completely disappeared, he had already appeared behind Laozi. Sword chi rose under Laozi's feet. Hanju's eyes narrowed. He pressed down the ultimate origin heaven seal and suppressed the sword chi. He waved his palm and used the divine might great heaven palm. Laozi turned around and used his finger as a sword. Both sides were extremely fast and had already exchanged billions of blows in an instant. Sword chi crisscrossed and the chaos shattered. It was like a huge spider web that occupied the entire chaos. The scene was spectacular. As expected of Laozi. He's quite something. Hanju sighed secretly. But he's still not my match. Hanju suddenly stopped. The ultimate origin heaven seal emitted a terrifying spatial power and moved Laozi into it. Laozi did not panic. His body transformed into a sword chi, but he still couldn't escape. The sword chi began to shake violently. Hanju suddenly looked up and saw that the void was suddenly torn apart. A huge river poured over, the water filled with sword chi. Sword Dao River. Countless sword chi swooped down with great momentum and collided with the ultimate origin heaven seal. Hanju narrowed his eyes. The invisible power of ultimate origin surged into the ultimate origin heaven seal. It quickly expanded, and the entire Sword Dao River became tiny in front of it. Sword Dao River couldn't shatter the ultimate origin heaven seal no matter how it surged. Laozi recovered his body and bathed in the Sword Dao River. He panicked. What mystical power is this? It's so powerful, Laozi's heart sank. He had guessed that he might lose, but he didn't expect it to be so thorough. He couldn't withstand it once Hanju used his full strength. No wonder the 20,000 divine authority generals were destroyed. No wonder the ancient desolate divine spirit was extremely arrogant and still could not escape death. Laozi turned to look at Hanju and said, "I admit defeat." With that, he vanished into thin air. The vast Sword Dao River above also dissipated. This battle fell into the eyes of the distant spectators. They only saw Laozi being suddenly suppressed by Hanju. Then, Laozi died as soon as the Sword Dao River appeared. It was faster than insta-killing. Hanju turned around and flew back into the Grand Primordium domain. The void fell silent. Hanju used his actions to prove his invincibility. The title of invincible in the chaos was not exaggerated. In the ultimate God world, all the great Dao divine spirits gathered on a circular platform. The 5 great divine punishers were also here. Han Tuo's expression was dark. Tian scratched his ears and cheeks, very irritable. The ultimate god of punishment's sudden appearance excited all the great Dao divine spirits. Ultimate God, aren't we going to attack? The divine might heavenly sage is too strong. More than 100 great Dao sages combined are not his match. Among them are existences that surpass the great Dao sages. Yes, how powerful am I? I'm the first disciple of the Dao ancestor, but I'm like a mortal in front of the divine might heavenly sage. Could we be the divine might heavenly sage's next target? No, the divine might heavenly sage is in the Grand Primordium domain. He likely wants to revive all the chaotic fiend celestials and reshuffle the chaotic situation. After all, he's also a chaotic fiend celestial. The great Dao divine spirits spoke at once. The pressure brought by the divine might heavenly sage was too strong, causing them to panic and be filled with despair. They could no longer find anyone who could resist the divine might heavenly sage. Not even the leader of the divine spirits. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, the leader of the divine spirits had expressed that he would bow down to the divine might heavenly sage. They had encountered an unprecedented situation. Be it alone or in a group, the current enemy was not his match. If they had to describe it, it would be the 3,000 chaotic fiend celestials who faced Pangu back then. The ultimate god of punishment's expression was solemn expression as he said, "Even if we join forces, we are not his match unless you are prepared to sacrifice yourselves." The great Dao divine spirits were all silent. Han Tuo suddenly took a step forward and said, I'm willing to sacrifice. The divine might heavenly sage is my father. Now that he has walked the evil path, as the divine punisher, should put righteousness before family. Tian and the other three stood up and said in unison, the 5 great divine punishers will live and die together. The other great Tao divine spirits were shocked. They didn't expect their juniors to have such courage. The ultimate god of punishment said, let's wait a little longer. The divine might heavenly sage hasn't slaughtered the chaos yet. Perhaps there's still a chance. He sighed in his heart. The chaotic will was truly terrifying. Even his own son could become a mortal enemy. Fortunately, Master was powerful enough. The entire chaos couldn't do anything to him. The Holy Mother of Order suddenly said, just because we have no choice doesn't mean that the chaos has no choice. We can use the power of the supreme rules to invite an absolute future mighty figure to kill the divine might heavenly sage. Absolute future. Tian asked in surprise, what absolute future mighty figure? The definition of the future is above time. Time loses its meaning to us after we attain the great Tao. However, this is not absolute. We have only surpassed the rules of space and time restricted by the 3000 great Tao. The past and future below the great Tao are like illusions in our eyes, but the chaos itself is predestined. The existences who should rise will rise sooner or later. The supreme rules surpass the 3000 great Tao and can invite mighty figures of the future. The mighty figures of the future will definitely be existences that surpass the 3000 great Tao. The Holy Mother of Order explained, causing the divine spirits to be tempted. The Holy Mother of Order paused for a moment and said, a top mighty figure of an era might not be a match for the divine might heavenly sage if they join forces, but what about 10 eras, 100 eras, or 10,000 eras? The gods widened their eyes in disbelief. The ultimate god of punishment frowned and asked, can the supreme rules withstand such great karma? It's impossible for so many mighty figures to appear directly. It's equivalent to using the power of the supreme rules to manifest. The Holy Mother of Order looked at the ultimate god of punishment and said, one supreme rule is indeed not enough, but the fusion of the 7 supreme rules will transform into an unprecedented chaotic divine authority. That represents the power of the entire chaos. No matter how strong the divine might heavenly sage is, can he compare to the chaos itself? The ultimate god of punishment was silent. The great Tao divine spirits were excited and expressed their support. The Holy Mother of Order said, in that case, I'll leave now. She didn't ask the ultimate god of punishment to decide. She turned around and left. The ultimate god of punishment said, disperse. With that, he disappeared. He hid in the dark and immediately sent a dream to Han Ju to tell him about this. Han Ju expressed that he knew. After the dream ended, he opened his eyes and asked in his mind, the Holy Mother of Order has invited the chaotic divine authority to summon the mighty figures of the various eras. Can my clone win? 1 quadrillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Yes. Chapter 962 Past, Present, and Future Join Forces, What's the Crime? Chapter 962 Past, Present, and Future Join Forces, What's the Crime? That's it? You scared me. Han Ju cursed silently. His heart really trembled when he saw the deduction value. Also, Holy Mother of Order, you're really a two-faced dog. On the surface, you want to be on good terms with me, but you turn around and stab me behind my back. Han Ju was furious. He had to find a chance to kill this fellow. He stopped thinking and continued cultivating. In any case, his clone was outside. During this period of time, Ancestor Tian Su had already learned life of all and could surprise the chaos at any time. Han Ju was waiting. He was waiting for a chance to face the chaotic while he wasn't in a hurry, anyway. It just so happened that fewer and fewer people were finding trouble with him now, and the heavenly Tao had also returned to peace. It didn't matter even if all living beings hated Han Ju if they couldn't reach him. The billions of disciples in the main Tao field couldn't leave. They could only swallow their anger and resume cultivation. As for the third Tao field, it was extremely calm. Above the chaos, below the 7 supreme rules. The Holy Mother of Order looked up at the 7 supreme rules. Great Tao divine spirits appeared one after another, including the 5 great divine punishers. Humph, ultimate God is afraid of the divine might heavenly sage. The responsibility of protecting the chaos can only fall upon us. A great Tao divine spirit snorted. The other divine spirits nodded. They were already used to it. Previously, the ultimate god of punishment had been terrified when facing the ancient desolate divine spirit and the divine might heavenly sage. Although the ultimate god of punishment brought peace to the chaos, the gods felt that he was inferior to the primordial ancestor god. Back then, the primordial ancestor god was so domineering that he couldn't tolerate a single grain of sand. He wasn't as cowardly as the ultimate god of punishment. The Holy Mother of Order ignored them and began to cast a spell. A silver-white water droplet flew out from her palm and quickly expanded, fusing with the 7 supreme rules. Han Tuo looked at the Holy Mother of Order with a meaningful gaze. This ancient deity is really unfathomable. What role is she playing? Han Tuo was curious. He wasn't the only one. The other divine punishers were also very curious. However, the great Tao divine spirits of the older generation were already used to it. How could a god who controlled order be an ordinary god? Tian suddenly reminded, Holy Mother, don't summon the future divine might heavenly sage. His words made the great Tao divine spirits nervous. One divine might heavenly sage was enough to make them despair. If a few more came. Don't worry, I will leave out the divine might heavenly sage, the Holy Mother of Order replied calmly. The deities began to wait and guard against the divine might heavenly sage. Time quickly passed. 3,000 years passed quickly. The Holy Mother of Order suddenly retracted her hand. The silver water droplet wrapped in the 7 supreme rules exploded. 7-colored divine light illuminated the void and the 3,000 great Tao changed color. All the gods looked over. The 7 supreme rules had already fused into a 7-colored rule. It was like a dragon twisting its body. The vast aura it emitted humbled the gods. The Holy Mother of Order requests the chaotic divine authority to activate the absolute future and save this world. The Holy Mother of Order's voice sounded, divine and dignified. The chaotic divine authority began to shake violently, and the 7-colored divine light became even stronger. All the gods waited nervously. This was the chaos' only hope. Han Tuo's expression became complicated. If the situation was really as the Holy Mother of Order said, his father would definitely die. The memories in his mind made him hate his father, but he felt pain when he thought of how he was his biological father. Tian patted his shoulder and grinned at him, as if to say, brother, you still have me. The pressure in Han Tuo's heart decreased. The 7-colored divine light began to gather into a huge heavenly net, reflecting countless images. They were dense and changed extremely quickly. Even the great Tao divine spirits were dazzled. After a long while, figures began to condense in the 7-colored divine light net. All of them emitted a monstrous aura and were extremely powerful. The first batch of figures were all great Tao sages. There were 7 great Tao supremes, for a total of 170 figures. Figures began to condense again just as they stepped out of the heavenly net. The second batch of figures was also the weakest great Tao sage. They included 18 great Tao supremes, for a total of 199 figures. The great Tao divine spirits were overjoyed upon sensing the terrifying aura ahead. The chaos was saved. The Holy Mother of Order began to receive the first 2 batches of mighty figures from the future. At the same time, the third batch of mighty figures was still condensing. Far away in the grand primordium domain. Han Ju's clone also felt it. He raised his eyebrows and muttered, "This method is indeed impressive." He couldn't sense what this future power was about. This was because he had already severed the past and future. Other than deriving illusions, no one could investigate his past and future, much less come into contact with them. Han Ju closed his eyes and continued waiting. He would attack after the Holy Mother of Order finished the summoning and was full of confidence. He wanted to bring true despair to the chaos. No matter how many supreme experts you summon from the past, present, and future, they will wail in front of me, the divine might heavenly sage. Han Ju had always pursued invincibility to make the number of enemies meaningless. True invincibility was not something that could be suppressed by numbers. The 3,000 great Tao trembled slightly. The aura that gathered above was too strong. The actions of the great Tao divine spirits also attracted the hidden great Tao sages in the chaos. More and more great Tao sages rushed over. They were shocked to discover their future disciples and descendants, and there was more than one. For example, Di Jiang encountered 5 Di Jiangs from different eras in the future. There were already more than 10,000 great Tao sages under the chaotic divine authority, and the number was still increasing. Han Tuo saw his future self, but he did not go forward to greet him. Instead, Yi Tian was very passionate. Han Huang and Jiang Juesher also came and also saw their future selves, making them quite surprised. Divine Might Heavenly Sage. No wonder you summoned us. It said that at the beginning of the endless time, a Divine Might Heavenly Sage once suppressed the chaos and disappeared for some reason. So he was destroyed by us. Ha ha ha, the Divine Might Heavenly Sage deserves to die since he dares to harm the chaos. Today's battle will definitely enter the annals of the chaos. Future me, what realm are you at? I'm ashamed. My cultivation level has only increased by a minor realm in the past 10 trillion years. I'm currently at the late-stage Great Tao Primordial Chaos realm. The void under the chaotic divine authority became more and more lively. This commotion made Han Tuo and Han Huang uncomfortable. After all, they were dealing with their own father. At this moment, a handsome man in a red dragon white robe flew in front of them. He cupped his fists and said, "I, Han Yao, am here to apologize to the 2 ancestors." Han Tuo was stunned and asked, "What crime have you committed?" Han Huang sized him up and suddenly frowned. Han Yao said seriously, "I won't help you. Sorry, but I, Han Yao, will never let anyone hurt the progenitor, not even you, the 2 ancestors." With that, Han Yao turned around and left. Han Tuo and Han Huang were stunned. The surrounding great Tao divine spirits were moved. Why did they summon a traitor? Chapter 963 A Million Great Tao Sages, Unparalleled Battle. Chapter 963 A Million Great Tao Sages, Unparalleled Battle. A great Tao divine spirit came in front of the Holy Mother of Order and sent a voice transmission, "Holy Mother, be careful. A traitor has appeared. Don't summon too many." The Holy Mother of Order did not answer. She chatted with the mighty figures from the future. The great Tao divine spirits couldn't say much, afraid that it would affect morale. Yi Tian approached Han Tuo and sighed, "Looks like the Divine Might Heavenly Sage is still influential to his descendants. Does this mean that it's very difficult to kill him this time?" Han Tuo's expression darkened. It was unknown what Han Huang was thinking. Jiang Juesher said, "Not necessarily. Perhaps he died. If the descendants want to hide this past, they will naturally beautify Master." Yi Tian felt that it made sense. At the same time, figures were still emerging from the chaotic divine authority. The weakest was a great Tao sage. As more and more great Tao sages appeared, the experts from the future also realized that the enemy this time was very strong. So strong that even the combined forces of so many mighty figures were not enough. For a time, the void under the chaotic divine authority fell silent. The new future experts sensed the solemn atmosphere and did not dare to ask. They could only ask their past selves. Soon, the number of great Tao sages here exceeded 20,000 and was still increasing. 30,000. 40,000. 50,000. The great Tao sages present were no longer excited. They only felt nervous inside. How strong was an enemy that even 50,000 great Tao sages could not defeat? There would definitely be heavy casualties. No one dared to disturb the Holy Mother of Order. They believed that she knew what to do. The Holy Mother of Order did not stop, which meant that it was not enough. Time passed. The future Jiang Juesher came to Jiang Juesher's side. The two of them communicated through voice transmission. Jiang Juesher's expression changed slightly. Jiang Juesher turned to look at the future Jiang Juesher and discovered that his future self was a little different, but he couldn't tell what was different. Han Huang stared at the future Jiang Juesher with an extremely cold gaze. The future Jiang Juesher smiled at him. Yi Tian suddenly asked, "Why are you the only one in your future?" Han Huang had 3 future selves, and Han Tua had more than 10. Jiang Juesher was stunned and did not know what to say. The future Jiang Juesher smiled and said, "He has many future selves, but they are all isolated by me." Isolated? Han Tua, Han Huang, Yi Tian, and the other divine punishers standing nearby were all stunned. What kind of method was this? The future Jiang Juesher smiled and said, "All right, let's wait and see. There will be a good show next." Yi Tian stared at him and asked in a low voice, "Are you also a traitor?" The future Jiang Juesher shook his head and laughed. Jiang Juesher frowned and fell into deep thought. In the Grand Primordium domain, Han Ju's clone was still waiting. The Holy Mother of Order is really patient, Han Ju muttered to himself. There were already more than 100,000 great Tao sages. There were already thousands of great Tao supremes among them. The Holy Mother of Order was still summoning. Sigh. Something was wrong. If it was a novel that Han Ju had read in his previous life, the enemy would only face destruction if they underestimated the protagonist. Counting Han Ju's past enemies, every one of them had a backup plan and never underestimated him. It was just that they didn't overestimate him enough. The reason why they didn't overestimate him was that he kept a low profile. Han Ju wasn't in a hurry. In any case, he had already deduced the outcome of this battle in advance. It was safe. In the third Tao field, Han Ju began the simulation trial. The target was the ancient desolate divine spirit. He had secretly copied the data when he fought the other party previously. Several days later, Han Ju was very confident. Holy Mother of Order, continue summoning. I'll look down on you if you summon less than 1,000,000. 10 years later, the chaotic divine authority finally left. The Holy Mother of Order turned to look at the countless mighty figures around her. Their auras became vast as they gathered together. The Holy Mother of Order said, "Everyone, we are about to face an unprecedented enemy. He is too powerful and can be considered the number one since ancient times. However, I don't know if he will be counted in the future. I don't want anything to happen to you, so gather enough forces and suppress him forcefully." No, it's enough to suppress any powerful enemy. Her words were very soft, but the hearts of more than 1,000,000 great Tao sages surged with blood. Looking up, such a grand occasion would almost never happen again. Great Tao Divine Spirit, lead the way to the Grand Primordium domain. Kill the Divine Might Heavenly Sage and eliminate evil for the chaos in the future. The Holy Mother of Order waved her hand. With that said, the 1,000,000 great Tao sages erupted with a terrifying aura. Led by the current great Tao Divine Spirit, they flew towards the Grand Primordium domain. Divine Might Heavenly Sage, I didn't expect to really face this legend today. There are also legends of the Divine Might Heavenly Sage in my era. It said he's invincible. It's fine. With so many mighty figures joining forces, not to mention one divine might heavenly sage, even 100 will die. Ha ha ha, this battle will definitely rewrite history. Perhaps this is history, but we just didn't know. How terrifying was the aura of 1,000,000 great Tao sages. It shocked the entire chaos. More and more cultivators rushed to the Grand Primordium domain. Their cultivation levels were at least that of a freedom sage. No matter how low their cultivation levels were, they did not dare to go. Even if they hated the divine might heavenly sage, they would not blindly die. How fast were they? With the help of so many great Tao Supremes, they arrived in front of the Grand Primordium domain in less than 5 minutes and surrounded it. Han Ju slowly stood up. Fiend celestial Dharma idols appeared above his head. All of them were majestic and gathered together. Even the Grand Primordium domain couldn't contain them. Han Ju looked up and saw many familiar faces. His 2 sons were here, as well as his disciple. It was worth mentioning that Tao Sovereign and the other 2 were gone. These 3 were clearly great Tao sages and hated him, but they had never come to seek revenge. They were probably being beaten somewhere. To trap a great Tao sage and beat him, it had to be a dangerous place. Han Ju was just thinking casually. His attention was still on the scene in front of him. Divine Might Heavenly Sage, surrender, a great Tao divine spirit shouted angrily. The killing intent of 1,000,000 great Tao sages erupted and locked onto Han Ju. The void instantly shattered like a mirror, leaving only the primordial void. The Grand Primordium domain also shattered. A peerless battle was about to break out. Han Ju looked at the 1,000,000 great Tao sages and thought to himself, I wanted you to summon 1,000,000, but you really did it. It had to be said that the Holy Mother of Order was still very capable. Unfortunately, it was not enough. There's no point in saying anything. Come and die. Han Ju said domineeringly. The 3,000 chaotic fiend celestial Dharma idols were successfully condensed. They stood behind Han Ju with their backs facing each other and roared in all directions, shaking the entire primordial void. Kill! A great Tao Supreme in golden armor was the first to attack. He held a halberd that emitted a divine light and attacked Han Ju. The moment he moved, tens of thousands of mighty figures immediately followed. Hundreds of thousands of great Tao sages used their mystical powers together. They first sealed this void to prevent Han Ju from escaping. All sorts of domineering and exquisite mystical powers attacked Han Ju. In an instant, he saw countless illusions, as if 10,000 reincarnations had passed. Petty trick. Han Ju's red eyes lit up and directly dispersed countless illusion mystical powers. Chapter 964 All at Once. Chapter 964 All at Once. The 3,000 fiend celestial Dharma idols suddenly rushed in all directions. They were extremely domineering and sent countless great Tao sages flying. The power of the 3,000 great Tao was even used together, whistling through the battlefield. Thunder rumbled in the sky and the Tao river flowed. The huge tree rose from the sky. Countless branches divided the battlefield. The stars evolved and transformed into meteors that smashed into the great Tao sages in every corner of the battlefield. A manifestation of the great Tao even formed. The concept was magnificent and reflected the past. Han Ju kept flashing, and the ultimate origin heaven seal hit the great Tao sages one after another. They were all insta-killed. Han Ju didn't hold back at all. He used his full strength. No one could withstand a single blow from him. More than 500 great Tao sages had died in less than 3 breaths of time. Their bodies and souls were destroyed. They could revive if they still had a backup plan. If not, they would disappear into thin air. The dominance of the divine might heavenly sage greatly affected the morale of the chaos. The battle had just begun. The 3,000 fiend celestial Dharma idols restrained most of the chaotic experts. Han Ju's main body killed crazily. The great Tao sages outside panicked. How is this possible? How can he be so powerful? Aren't great Tao sages undying and indestructible? They're indeed considered undying and indestructible in the chaos, but that divine might heavenly sage has already surpassed the chaos. No wonder we need the help of so many future mighty figures. Go, use your ability and risk it. We will have no future to speak of if we lose this battle. Han Ju didn't care about their feelings. His killing intent had already risen and he definitely couldn't hold it back. He kept using the power of space to move around. The ultimate origin heaven seal smashed into the enemies one after another. Every enemy was smashed by the ultimate origin heaven seal and turned into dust on the spot. It was domineering and terrifying. Han Ju moved again, but this time, his movements paused slightly. Because his opponent was Divine Lord Peacock. This fellow, Han Ju's eyes flickered. The ultimate origin heaven seal landed and destroyed Divine Lord Peacock's body, deliberately giving him a chance to escape. Divine Lord Peacock did not disappoint him and quickly fled. Divine Might Heavenly Sage, just you wait. Divine Lord Peacock's indignant shout sounded. Han Ju was indifferent. If not for the fact that he had allies among the enemy, he would have long used his Dharma idol fusion technique to slaughter all the enemies in the void. Han Ju continued fighting. He suddenly discovered a strange figure. Outside the chaotic army, a man in a red dragon white robe was charging in. His attacks were extremely ruthless. He had already killed several great Tao sages and was quickly surrounded. Han Ju glanced over as he fought. He felt the closeness of his bloodline. Could this person be his descendant from the future? Very likely. Far away in the third Tao field, Han Ju's main body began to deduce. He discovered that this person was a descendant of him and Li Yao, but not within 3 generations. Han Ju was a little relieved. He didn't expect that someone among his future descendants would dare to risk their lives to save him. What's your name? Han Ju sent a voice transmission to Han Yao. I won't reveal my name for the time being to prevent causing unwanted karma, Han Yao replied. Han Ju could only deduce their bloodline relationship and couldn't deduce his exact experience and name. Interesting. Han Ju smiled and didn't ask further. His strength terrified more and more great Tao sages, but Han Yao's sudden rise became an outlet for their fear. More and more great Tao sages went to fight him. Facing the siege of dozens of great Tao sages, Han Yao was still very relaxed. He kept using the divine might great heaven palm and relied on this mystical power to stand invincible. However, good times did not last. An even stronger divine might great heaven palm attacked, forcing him back. Han Yao looked over and saw Han Huang attacking with a purple dragon condensed from primordial qi. His face was filled with killing intent, like the chaotic devil master, insufferably arrogant. Ancestor Han Huang, Han Yao's expression became unprecedentedly serious. He raised his sleeves and a terrifying aura erupted. A purple Dharma idol emerged from his body. It had 3 heads and 10 arms. Its long hair fluttered and its exact face could not be seen. Han Huang said, I didn't expect to meet my own kind. Jiang Juesher and the 5 divine punishers attacked. Hearing Han Huang's words, they were secretly surprised. What kind? Han Yao shook his head. You're flattering me. I'm still far from it, but I've wanted to challenge you for a long time. He suddenly smiled crazily, completely different from his previous calm state. He suddenly rushed towards Han Huang, who was naturally not afraid. The two of them fought. The divine might great heaven palm became an ordinary move. As Han Yao attacked crazily, his purple Dharma idol was the same. All sorts of mystical powers were at his fingertips. No great Tao sage within a radius of 1,000,000,000 kilometers dared to approach them. Han Huang held the primordial power in both hands like 2 purple spears. As he waved it, his dermic powers were like dragons that wreaked havoc. On the other side, Han Ju had already slaughtered more than 10,000 great Tao sages. The number of casualties was still increasing. Impudent! A shout sounded. Han Ju felt a rather powerful attack. It was invisible and charged at his soul. Han Ju's ultimate origin heaven seal suddenly appeared behind him. With a flash of red light, a figure was trapped. It was an old Taoist with a terrified expression. How is that possible? My mystical power, the old Taoist roared angrily. However, he was crushed by the ultimate origin power before he could finish speaking. His mystical power was similar to great sage Void Soul's dark origin. It was indeed impressive and could easily kill enemies at the same realm. Unfortunately, he was facing Han Ju. Han Ju turned around and looked at the endless powerful figures in all directions. He laughed wantonly and said, "All of you, come at me together. Otherwise, you won't even have a chance of winning." He suddenly rose. Fiend celestial Dharma idols flew over from all directions and quickly shrank. They entered his body, causing his aura to begin to increase. A terrifying pressure enveloped the entire primordial void. Even Han Huang and Han Yao, who were still fighting, stopped in shock and looked at him in disbelief. They knew that Han Ju was very strong, but his aura. After fusing with the 3,000 Fiend celestial Dharma idols, Han Ju's aura reached the extreme. He wantonly displayed his strength, causing the entire chaos to tremble. The 3,000 great Tao trembled violently. The light and darkness of the chaotic divine authority changed. The space at the edge of the chaos twisted violently like a mirror, threatening to shatter at any time. Countless worlds, small worlds, hidden domains, and deep spaces felt Han Ju's terrifying pressure. Including all living beings in the heavenly Tao. All the living beings in the chaos felt like the sky was collapsing. More than 900,000 great Tao sages looked up at the high and mighty Han Ju, all in shock. This aura. Impossible. How can there be such a powerful, a great Tao Supreme said with a trembling voice. A great Tao Supreme was top-notch in any era, but he felt like a mortal facing Han Ju's aura. This shock was the most impactful to the great Tao Supremes. Because they had always thought that they were standing at the peak of cultivation. At most, there was a difference in dermic powers. However, in front of Han Ju, they actually felt a difference in cultivation level that they hadn't felt for a long time. It was so long that they forgot that they had also climbed to their current height from mortals. Chapter 965 Nine-Headed Divine Spirit. Chapter 965 Nine-Headed Divine Spirit. Han Ju saw that all the enemies below had fallen into fear and despair. He was satisfied. Such a battle was worth it after cultivating diligently for 10 million years. In any case, he was already prepared to fall out with the ninth chaos. He naturally had to show off and have a good time. Han Ju raised his right hand, and the ultimate origin heaven seal condensed in front of him. The ultimate origin power after fusing the 3,000 Fiend celestial Dharma idols poured into the ultimate origin heaven seal, causing it to instantly double in size. It was as if a tiny piece of paper had suddenly transformed into the sky and covered more than 900,000 great Tao sages. Han Ju's gaze landed on the Holy Mother of Order. He smiled. After you lose, do you still have any methods left? The Holy Mother of Order was silent. At this moment, a figure passed through layers of space and arrived in the primordial void. He shouted anxiously, "No, you will completely walk into eternal damnation if you continue to kill." Han Ju glanced over. It was the evil Heavenly Emperor. The evil Heavenly Emperor stared at him and said, "Stop here. There's still a way back. Han Ju, the chaos is not as simple as you think. There are transcendent existences outside the chaos. Although I can't understand why you did those things, on account of our past relationship, I have to advise you not to insist. Han Ju was touched. Even though his memories had been tampered with by the chaotic will, the evil heavenly emperor still remembered their past relationship. Han Ju smiled. "Thank you for your kind intentions, Your Majesty. The will of the chaos is forcing me so much, so I naturally won't let it go. I, Han Ju, have lived for 10 million years and am almost always cultivating in seclusion. At most, I have traveled in the heavenly Tao for a few hundred years. I have a clear conscience regarding the chaos. I have never harmed the chaos and have even helped it. Regardless of fate or destiny, I only do what I want to do. No one can determine my fate. The chaotic will can't. Even if there really are transcendent existences above the chaos, they can't." Han Ju narrowed his eyes, and the evil heavenly emperor was moved out of the void. The Holy Mother of Order shouted, "Hurry up and attack." More than 900,000 great Tao sages used their strongest mystical powers together. A strong light rose and shone on Han Ju. Han Ju pressed down with his right hand. His expression was cold as he shouted in a low voice, "If you want to blame someone, blame the so-called chaotic will." The endless and terrifying ultimate origin heaven seal descended with the power to destroy the world. The two extremely powerful forces collided. Looking down from above the chaos, white light burst out from the vast chaos. It quickly expanded and transformed into a visible impact that swept through the chaos, causing the painting of the chaos to ripple. However, the white light quickly disappeared. Primordial void. The remnant aura floated like a cloud. It was not harmful or bloody. Only the vast pressure did not dissipate for a long time. Han Ju stood in the remnant aura and his gaze landed on a figure below. Jiang Juesher. To be precise, it was the future Jiang Juesher. Han Ju was expressionless but surprised. Could it be Jiang Juesher, the Tao creator? Even if Han Ju knew, he had to pretend not to. The future Jiang Juesher sighed. "Master, you're really ruthless. You killed them all." Han Ju said, "I left your fellow disciples alive. Everyone he cared about was locked in the ultimate origin heaven seal. He would release them when he had the chance. Apart from that, the million great Tao sages were all destroyed. Even the Holy Mother of Order died." The future Jiang Juesher said, "Master, what do you plan to do next?" "Slaughter all living beings and make the chaos focus on you. All living beings can't do anything to me. Why should I kill them? In the end, they are only pitiful worms controlled by the chaotic will. I only eliminated existences who found trouble with me. If time can erase this forced hatred, I'm willing to write off this hatred and not interfere with them." Han Ju meant it. The future Jiang Juesher said, "Master has indeed not changed. I really want to help you, but for now, I don't exist. Those existences above the chaos don't know of my appearance. I'm only using my will to enter this era. Master, I only want to say one thing to you. No matter what, you have to survive. I can't save you, but please save yourself." With that, the future Jiang Juesher dissipated as if he was never there. Han Ju showed a frown. He knew that the future Jiang Juesher was the Tao creator he had deduced previously. In that future, he had died in this calamity. However, Jiang Juesher's words surprised him. The Tao creators were high and mighty. Currently, there were only 5. If the Tao creator Jiang Juesher really appeared in the future, wouldn't there be 6? Wouldn't the Tao creator not sense that someone among all living beings would become a Tao creator? Previously, Han Ju thought that the future was fake. It was impossible for him to die. Now that the future Jiang Juesher had appeared, didn't that mean that the future really existed? Was the Tao creator Jiang Juesher here to persuade him to bow his head? Han Ju looked at the vast primordial void in a daze. At this moment, he felt a powerful suction force. Han Ju swayed and opened his eyes again. He discovered that he had arrived in front of the chaotic divine authority. The chaotic divine authority fused with the 7 supreme rules was so holy. Hanju was already prepared to face the chaotic will. Indeed, the chaotic divine authority began to change and gradually condensed into a figure. One could only see its figure and not its true appearance. Hanju, you destroyed the great Tao sages of the past, present, and future. Now, other than your disciples, there are no great Tao sages in the chaos. Are you still unwilling to give up? The voice of the chaotic will sounded. Its tone was indifferent, like the Holy Mother of Order without any emotions. Hanju snorted. Shouldn't it be you who's supposed to stop? Chaotic will. I'm very curious about who you are and what you're plotting. The chaotic will was a rule, after all. Hanju felt that the chaotic will might be a pretense and there was someone else behind it. It was either the 9th chaos or an ancient god who controlled all living beings with the will of the chaos. Hanju felt that it should be the latter. If it was the 9th chaos, there was really no need to cause so much trouble. If an outsider invaded the primordial world and threatened it, Hanju would directly crush him to death. He wouldn't have gone through so much trouble. The chaotic will was silent. Hanju said, "Do you still remember Ancestor Tiansu? He's not dead. He's already been refined into a puppet by me. I'll teach him the Tao destruction mystical power. If the chaotic will still doesn't give up, I'll drag all living beings down with me. Since we can't live anyway, we'll die together." Impudent. The chaotic will shouted, "Hanju, you are a great Tao Supreme, after all. How dare you say such childish words?" Hanju said with killing intent, "Recover the memories of all living beings. Otherwise, everything will start from the beginning again." The chaotic will fell silent. The 9-headed divine spirit has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 6 stars, 9-headed divine spirit. Hanju's main body immediately checked the 9-headed divine spirit's portrait. It was black and as mysterious as the Tao ancestor. 9-headed divine spirit, chaotic cultivation, chaotic will, ancient great Tao divine spirit, son of the 9th chaos. Because you threatened him with the chaos, he has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 6 stars. Chapter 966 Life of All, Silent Chaos. Chapter 966 Life of All, Silent Chaos, son of the 9th chaos. No wonder he could control the chaotic will. Chaotic cultivation should mean that his cultivation level was on par with the chaos. With such a high level of hatred, it seemed that Hanju had grasped his weakness. The 9-headed divine spirit was indeed afraid that all living beings would be slaughtered. Hanju snorted in his mind. He wasn't in a hurry to continue speaking and waited for the 9-headed divine spirit to answer. The 9-headed divine spirit, who had transformed into the chaotic will, had an unseen expression, but from the hatred, his expression was definitely not good. The 9-headed divine spirit asked in a low voice, "Hanju, it's not impossible to restore everyone's memories. However, you have to give in as well. Back then, the Tao ancestor promised to restrict the future of the heavenly Tao. Where's your promise?" Hanju smiled. "My promise is not to use the Tao destruction mystical power." The 9-headed divine spirit was furious, but in order to maintain the coldness of the chaotic will, he did not show it. Hanju continued to wait. After a long while, the 9-headed divine spirit suddenly emitted terrifying killing intent. It locked onto Hanju and said, "Threatening the chaotic will won't end well for you. Tao destruction mystical power. That's only a heavenly Tao mystical power. How can it destroy all living beings in the chaos?" The chaotic will suddenly attacked. Hanju felt endless darkness devouring him. Other than darkness, there was only the chaotic will in his eyes. In an instant, the senses of Hanju's clone lost their effect. It was as if the entire chaos had disappeared, leaving only him and the chaotic will. He did not wait for death. He took out the ultimate origin heaven seal and was about to attack when he suddenly looked up. He saw countless chains formed by lightning descending and quickly trapping him. His limbs were locked. The ultimate origin heaven seal collided with the chains. The chaotic will appeared in front of him. Their eyes met and Hanju saw a pair of extremely cold eyes that looked like snakes and humans. It made him feel as if he was in a cold cellar. Hanju broke free from the countless chains and used the divine might great heaven palm. His right palm directly pierced through the chaotic will's body as if nothing happened. At this moment, an indescribable force exploded from Hanju's body, instantly tearing his body apart. In the third Tao field, Hanju opened his eyes and asked in his mind, "Can the Tao creator infiltrate my third Tao field?" Although he was already prepared, he still had to ask. No, Hanju heaved a sigh of relief. The living beings in the third Tao field were all nurtured by him. There was no chaotic karma or providence at all. Xing Hongxian had already passed a round of absolute purification and escaped the control of the chaotic karma and the chaotic will. Qingwaner's heavenly Tao karma was very shallow and she was sealed in the primordial world by Hanju. She wasn't in the third Tao field. The current third Tao field had no karma with the chaos and the heavenly Tao. It couldn't be controlled by the chaotic will. The third Tao field's array formation could resist a creator lord. However, there was no creator lord in the current world. Hanju stood up. His eyes were cold as he quickly walked out of the third Tao field. He came in front of Ancestor Tian Su and said, "Leave your soul fragment behind. I'll send you out. After you leave, immediately use the life of all. I want all the living beings in the chaos to die." Ancestor Tian Su immediately split a soul fragment without another word. Hanju waved his sleeve and sent him out. Ancestor Tian Su appeared in the chaotic void and immediately raised his hands to execute life of all. The dermic powers of a perfected great Tao Supreme quickly changed, turning into a golden impact that rushed out of his body. It was like a golden circle that quickly expanded and swept through the chaos. The nine-headed divine spirit appeared in front of him and said angrily, "How dare you?" With that, Ancestor Tian Su's body instantly exploded, leaving only a head. Ancestor Tian Su stared at the nine-headed divine spirit with a murderous gaze and did not say a word. The nine-headed divine spirit was infuriated. The divine spirit tried to use the chaotic divine authority to stop life of all, but it couldn't stop the power at all. It was as if two completely different powers could not touch each other. Life of all was too fast. In less than a breath of time, it swept through all living beings in the entire chaos. All the living beings in the world were reduced to ashes. Every living thing was affected. It was not only the chaotic life forms. The living beings of the heavenly Tao were also reduced to ashes. The nine-headed divine spirit said angrily, "Crazy. Lunatic. Hanju. You will definitely be doomed for eternity." He raised his hand and crushed Ancestor Tian Su's head. Then, he began to search for Hanju's aura. Soon, he arrived at the universe of stars. All the newly born living beings in the universe of stars were also destroyed. As for Liu Bei, he had long been taken back by Hanju. As his clone, Liu Bei's memories were not changed by the chaotic will. The nine-headed divine spirit went to the third Tao field and attacked crazily, wanting to barge into it. Unfortunately, the third Tao field did not move no matter how he attacked. The in-name disciples, Liu Bei, Ancestor Tian Su, and Xing Hongxian looked at the terrifying nine-headed divine spirit in panic. Hanju was very calm. "Husband, could he?" Xing Hongxian asked carefully. Hanju said, "I never do anything I'm not confident in. I'm just pretending to be crazy." He wanted to bet on a possibility. Ninth chaos. If he gambled wrongly, at most, he would hide in the third Tao field and cultivate until he reached the Creator Lord realm before going out. At that time, the 5 Tao creators wouldn't be enough for him to crush with one hand. The 9-headed divine spirit's mystical power rumbled extremely loudly and echoed throughout the entire chaos. However, there were no longer any living beings in the chaos. Even the great Tao divine spirits had perished. The ultimate god of punishment appeared and looked at the 9-headed divine spirit in shock. What is this? The ultimate god of punishment sighed. At this moment, he also felt a few powerful auras. They were not weaker than him and didn't participate in the battle against Hanju. Indeed, there are still so many mighty figures hidden in the chaos, the ultimate god of punishment thought to himself. He looked up and noticed that the 3,000 great Tao began to shrink. With the death of all living beings in the chaos, the power of rules began to weaken. The chaotic space began to collapse. It was returning to its initial state. The 9-headed divine spirit ignored the ultimate god of punishment and the worms lurking in the dark. He kept attacking and was extremely panicked. How is that possible? Why can't I barge in? Could it be the power of the Tao creator? Divine might heavenly sage, anomaly. Could it be? The more the 9-headed divine spirit thought about it, the more panicked he became. Despair surged in his heart. He had gambled wrongly. He thought that Hanju was bluffing. He didn't expect him to really be able to destroy all living beings. The attack speed of the 9-headed divine spirit slowed down. Not long after, he stopped. He trembled and knelt in the void. From the point of view of the ultimate god of punishment, he seemed to be kneeling in front of Hanju's Tao field. The ultimate god of punishment was shocked. The chaotic divine authority had also bowed down to his master. However, that was not the case. At this moment, a figure appeared in front of the 9-headed divine spirit. Even a powerful existence like the ultimate god of punishment couldn't spy on it. The 9-headed divine spirit looked at the blurry figure in front of him and said with a trembling voice, "Father. I was wrong, 9th chaos." The 9th chaos woke up with the destruction of all living beings in the chaos. Without receiving a reply from his father, the 9-headed divine spirit became even more nervous and began to beg for mercy. Chapter 967 Hanju's Past. Chapter 967 Hanju's Past. Hanju couldn't see the 9th chaos either, but he guessed the truth upon looking at the 9-headed divine spirit's panicked appearance. The 9th chaos descended. Hanju heaved a sigh of relief. He was gambling that the 9th chaos could uphold justice and revive all living beings. He had used the ultimate origin heaven seal to take in his disciples in the previous battle. However, there were 2 people outside who he had not grabbed in time. One was the evil heavenly emperor and the other was Han Qing'er. The evil heavenly emperor had a Tao creator behind him, but Han Qing'er was a little pitiful. There was no choice. Hanju would compensate her in the future if she could be revived. Hanju felt that the 9th chaos definitely had a way to revive all living beings. Otherwise, he would have stopped them long ago. If the chaos was in trouble, how could they not know about such an extraordinary existence? The 9th chaos didn't stop Hanju, which meant that he didn't care at all. Hanju began to wait. The 9-headed divine spirit begged bitterly. When he said the word Father, the ultimate god of punishment and the hidden mighty figures were shocked. Father? Wasn't this the chaotic will? How could it have a father? The ultimate god of punishment and the others were confused. Could it be that this fellow was not the chaotic will? Apart from the 9-headed divine spirit, no one could see the 9th chaos slowly raise his right hand and press down on the 9-headed divine spirit's head. The 9-headed divine spirit was so frightened that he didn't dare to move. Boom! The 9-headed divine spirit instantly exploded into dust. At the same time, the ultimate god of punishment seemed to sense something and was moved. He could feel life beginning to recover everywhere in the chaos. The dead living beings revived one after another. Especially in the Grand Primordium domain, the million great Tao sages had all been revived. Their auras gathered and were vast like smoke. In the third Tao field, a notification appeared in front of Hanju. The ninth chaos sent you a dream. Do you accept? Hanju took a deep breath and asked in his mind, will I die if I accept the dream? 100 quadrillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. No, Hanju completely relaxed. This was the true Lord of Chaos. How could he be so petty? He silently chose to continue. Dream. Hanju opened his eyes and discovered that he was in a vast purple aura space. This was nebulous primordial chi. Primordial chaos. Hanju turned around and saw a blurry black shadow looking at him from afar. Who are you? He asked in a low voice. Even if he knew, he had to pretend not to. A hoarse voice sounded, Hanju, you reincarnated from the primordial chaos. You floated between the primordial chaos and the chaos for countless years before finally finding the chaos and descending into the heavenly Tao. You were determined by the Tao ancestor to be an anomaly. Hanju was moved. He was really shocked. What did the ninth chaos mean? He was from the primordial chaos. Hanju had always thought that the earth in his previous life was in the earth immortal world because its development was the same as the earth in his previous life. However, without him, his relatives would have long died. From the sound of it, could it be that the earth he came from was not this chaos? This chaos is called the ninth chaos. There were 8 more chaos before the ninth chaos. However, they were completely destroyed during the formation process and no longer exist. You came from the 8th chaos. The rules of the 8th chaos collapsed not long after you died. The power of the rules happened to protect your soul and helped you survive in the chaos. You've lived longer than the entire lifespan of the current chaos, the 9th chaos continued. Hanju was shocked. Could it be that the system was the power of rules of the 8th chaos? No wonder there were so many treasures. No wonder it had seen the primordial fiend celestial. The primordial chaos was still around when the 8th chaos was destroyed, so the primordial fiend celestial was naturally still around. Could this be the reason why the 9th chaos placed the 8th chaos reincarnation in the heavenly Tao and became Su Chi's disciple? He wanted him to receive the 8th chaos favor. Hanju would be indebted to the 8th chaos if he was really born in the 8th chaos. The more Hanju thought about it, the more complicated his emotions became. However, this was all in the past. What he cared about the most was the 9th chaos attitude towards this matter. No matter what happened, he would fall out with them and hide in the Tao field to cultivate if the 9th chaos wanted to target him. In this life, Hanju only lived for himself. He wouldn't give up his life to save the people around him if he could. What he did seemed crazy to the others, but he knew that it was a situation he was absolutely confident in. He was so selfish and never felt ashamed about it. He could have kindness, love, and feelings, but they couldn't occupy his Tao heart that wanted to survive. The 9th chaos continued, the so-called chaotic will is actually the identity of my son, the 9-headed divine spirit. Although I established the 9th chaos, I'm busy cultivating. I usually leave the 9th chaos to the 9-headed divine spirit to control. I've already deduced this matter. It's not your fault. You can only blame him for being narrow-minded and not allowing juniors to surpass him. He's even more afraid of anomalies outside the chaos. Not pursuing the matter. Hanju was delighted. However, Hanju, it's a fact that you destroyed all living beings. Today, I let the 9-headed divine spirit atone for his sins. His body and soul have already been destroyed. I left behind a trace of his will to be demoted to a mortal and to reincarnate into the chaos. If you destroy all living beings or threaten them again, your outcome will not be better than his. 9th chaos voice was still so hoarse that one couldn't hear any emotions, but this time, it caused the surrounding nebulous primordial chi to surge violently. Han Ju said, I didn't want to do this either. I was really desperate. With your cultivation level, you should be able to see everything I've done in my life. I've never provoked any existence. It's always others who want to kill me. I'll hide in the Dao field and see what you can do. The ninth chaos said, I indeed know. This is also the reason why I'm willing to not pursue the matter. All living beings in the chaos have already been revived by me, including all the living beings in the heavenly Dao. It's the same for your family. However, remember one thing. The heavenly Dao can develop, but it must always be under the great Dao Divine Spirit's control and cannot be stronger than the power of a region. I shouldn't tolerate the heavenly Dao, but on account of the difficulties for all living beings, if they want to pursue a higher cultivation level, they can abandon the heavenly Dao's providence like you. Han Ju was secretly afraid. Was this the reason why the ninth chaos had never attacked him? Although he was helping the heavenly Dao, he didn't have its karma and providence on him. He had been too naive in the past. Han Ju said, Thank you for your understanding, Senior. May I ask what your Dao title is? The ninth chaos said, The ninth chaos is me. I am the ninth chaos. You are the chaotic will. Han Ju pretended to be shocked. The ninth chaos said, There's no need to pretend. Actually, you've long spied on the existence above the chaos. I wouldn't have let you grow if not for the fact that you're from the eighth chaos. With that, the dream shattered. Ninth chaos voice sounded in Han Ju's ears. Cultivate well. I won't interfere in the matters of the chaos. I look forward to the day you surpass the chaos. Han Ju opened his eyes and frowned. The ninth chaos hoped that he would become a Dao creator. Why was that? He suddenly couldn't understand the ninth chaos. However, on second thought, if the ninth chaos did not want any Dao creators to appear, there would only be one, not 5. Chapter 968 Calamity's End, Holy Mother's Confession. Chapter 968 Calamity's End, Holy Mother's Confession. How's the situation? Xing Hongxian came up and asked nervously. She had already learned from ancestor Tian Su how terrifying life of all was. The entire chaos had been destroyed. She couldn't imagine what kind of existence she would have to face if the matter couldn't be solved. Han Ju said, It's already over. The chaotic will should have been removed now. The living beings destroyed have already been revived by the Lord of Chaos. But what? Xing Hongxian, Liu Bei, and ancestor Tian Su became nervous. Han Ju sighed. It's just a pity that ancestor Tian Su's cultivation realm can't be recovered. The three of them were caught between laughter and tears. Ancestor Tian Su said, It's fine. I'll just cultivate again. To be honest, I don't dare to bear such huge karma, destroy all living beings in the chaos. This was definitely the craziest thing he had ever done. Han Ju smiled. Let's rest. I have to check the heavenly Dao too. With that, he vanished. At the same time, in the grand primordium domain, the million great Dao sages looked at each other. The atmosphere was strange. The ultimate origin heaven seal suddenly appeared and released Han Huang and the others. Their appearance did not surprise the other mighty figures, who thought that they had just revived. The Holy Mother of Order said, I've already obtained the comprehension of the true chaotic will. The previous chaotic will was a demon called the nine-headed divine spirit. He used the chaotic authority to tamper with the memories of all living beings, causing them to hate the divine might heavenly sage, including us. The nine-headed divine spirit has already been expelled by the chaotic authority. We have also been revived by it. This calamity is over. We no longer have to target the divine might heavenly sage. The memories of all living beings have been recovered. Everyone from the future, we thank you here. The Holy Mother of Order bowed. The other great Tao sages and great Tao divine spirits bowed. Nearly 1,000,000 mighty figures looked at each other, not knowing what to say. At this moment, the chaotic divine authority appeared above and sucked away the 1,000,000 future experts. Han Huang looked at Han Yao and frowned. Han Yao turned around and smiled. Ancestor Han Huang, I forgot to tell you. I'm still half your disciple. You have to take good care of me in the future. Han Huang was stunned. Jiang Juesher looked around and discovered that his future self had disappeared. He had not seen his future self when he revived. Soon, the 1,000,000 future experts were all sent back by the chaotic divine authority. The grand primordium domain fell silent. The great Tao divine spirits and great Tao sages present looked at each other. Although the matter was over, how should they face the divine might heavenly sage? The memories of the previous battle were not erased. The divine might heavenly sage suppressed 1,000,000 great Tao sages and thousands of great Tao supremes. The ultimate god of punishment suddenly appeared beside the Holy Mother of Order. The Holy Mother of Order bowed slightly. The ultimate god of punishment waved his hand and the nearby mighty figures left. Han Huang and the others were the same. Soon, only the two of them were left. The ultimate god of punishment asked, "You knew the truth long ago?" The Holy Mother of Order said, "If I didn't create such an opportunity to overturn the chaos or summon so many mighty figures, the great Tao divine spirits won't be convinced even if the matter calms down. Now that the divine might heavenly sage has already proved his strength, no matter how dissatisfied the great Tao divine spirits are, they can only accept it. This is the best outcome. Then, have you considered what the divine might heavenly sage thinks of you?" The ultimate god of punishment asked with a faint smile. The Holy Mother of Order said, "He will understand." He. Heavenly Tao, outside the 33rd heaven, in the Universal Hall. The sages gathered. "It's like a dream. You feel the same?" "Indeed. What happened in the past few decades?" "I dreamed that the heavenly Tao was destroyed." "Isn't it fine? It's probably a mighty figure who wants to harm us. Fortunately, the heavenly Tao has the divine might heavenly sage." The sages discussed and their gazes landed on Han Ju, who was beside heavenly venerate Xian Du. Their eyes were filled with admiration. Han Ju was looking at the notification. It was all favorability notifications. It was too much for him to take in. Heavenly venerate Xian Du smiled. "Since the heavenly sage has already said that it's fine, let's talk about the chaotic heavenly roads. It has been destroyed many times over the years. We have to restore them." The sages were furious at the mention of this. More than half of the chaotic heavenly roads had been destroyed. How could they not be angry? Most importantly, they didn't know who to settle scores with. Han Ju didn't interrupt. The clone in the 100-peak Immortal River was interacting with Li Xian'eo and stabilizing order. In short, the calamity caused by the chaotic will was over. All living beings did not remember what had happened, but the great Tao sages remembered it clearly and could be considered to have gained something. From now on, no one in the chaos should dare to find trouble with Han Ju. The only problem was the heavenly Tao's development. Han Ju felt that he could give the 9th chaos some face. He could let the heavenly Tao develop to the strength of a region at most and not any stronger. The 9th chaos could have chosen not to revive all living beings in the heavenly Tao, but he had already displayed his extraordinary bearing. Han Ju naturally couldn't pester him endlessly. It wouldn't be of any practical help to him even if the heavenly Tao developed well. Instead, it would benefit Pangu and the Tao ancestor. Han Ju could now look at his primordial world. Several hours later, Han Ju left the Universal Hall and returned to his Taoist temple. He decided to cultivate for 100,000 years first and wait for this matter to completely end. Just as he was meditating, a notification appeared in front of him. "The Holy Mother of Order sent you a dream. Do you accept?" Can't sit still. Han Ju sneered. He wanted to refuse, but he decided to see what this fellow had to say after thinking about it. The Holy Mother of Order could summon the chaotic divine authority. This was stronger than the ultimate god of punishment. She could be considered the most powerful among the divine spirits. It was very likely that she was the nine-headed divine spirit's lackey. The dream was the Holy Mother of Order's domain. It was vast and boundless. Han Ju stood in the air and looked at the Holy Mother of Order. The Holy Mother of Order said, "Heavenly Sage, congratulations on passing this calamity." Han Ju smiled. The Holy Mother of Order said, "Does the Heavenly Sage hate me for attracting so many powerful enemies? If not for dragging the future of the chaos over, that unknown existence would not have acted. You can't defeat the chaotic will. Even if you can stay here, your disciples, children, and the heavenly Tao will all die. If only the living beings of the chaos were destroyed, that existence would not have punished the chaotic will. You and the chaotic will would still be mortal enemies. You would still be in danger. Now that the future of the chaos was affected, so the chaotic will naturally won't survive." Han Ju raised his eyebrows. That made sense. The Holy Mother of Order said, "I know that the ultimate god of punishment is already your subordinate. If I become your enemy, I wouldn't have come to persuade you before the battle started. I would have led the attack. Wouldn't I be taking revenge on myself?" Han Ju said angrily, "You know that too." The Holy Mother of Order said, "By doing this, at least the chaotic will won't blame me. It can also force him to have no choice but to take action." Han Ju didn't reply. This grudge wouldn't be resolved if she didn't show some sincerity. Chapter 969 First Attempt at Creation Heavens Chosen. Chapter 969 First Attempt at Creation Heavens Chosen. The Holy Mother of Order said a lot, but it was nothing more than the analysis of the situation. Han Ju waited for her to finish before saying slowly, "Since the Holy Mother wants to resolve this karma, come to my Tao field. You should know where it is. Our Tao discussion can also prove your attitude to many mighty figures." The Holy Mother of Order was silent. Han Ju was not in a hurry. The opportunity was in front of her. If she rejected, Han Ju would also forcefully invite her to be a guest. After a long while, the Holy Mother of Order said, "All right." Han Ju smiled and nodded before breaking through the dream. He opened his eyes and thought for a moment. He would first take everyone in the third Tao field into the primordial world and release them after subduing the Holy Mother of Order. After all, she was also a great Tao Supreme and could easily injure the others in the Tao field. The Holy Mother of Order arrived quickly. She didn't hide her aura. In the chaos, she was like a bright lamp moving through the darkness. She came to the third Tao field and bowed slightly. Han Ju used the derivation function. After confirming that there was no danger, he moved the Holy Mother of Order in and directly used the Great Change sealing palm to forcefully seal her. Then, he released the disciples, Liu Bei, Xing Hongxian, and Qinghuan into the primordial world. He then teleported to the main Tao field and threw the Holy Mother of Order into the primordial heavenly prison. The Holy Mother of Order sat beside Han Ju and stared at him calmly, not panicking at all. Han Ju couldn't be bothered to say anything. He began to cultivate. Time passed quickly. 100,000 years passed quickly. The Holy Mother of Order had yet to be enslaved, but she had already lost consciousness. She sat in meditation like a statue. Han Ju opened his eyes. He was in a good mood. All these years of cultivation caused his cultivation level to steadily increase. Although the Tao Creator realm was still far away, it was fine as long as he became stronger. After dealing with the nine-headed divine spirit, there should be no more trouble in the chaos for a long time. The current Han Ju stood at the peak of the chaos and had overwhelming power. No one dared to find trouble with him unless those ancient mighty figures who had been suppressed for a long time had already been abandoned by the era and couldn't see the situation clearly. Even so, he would not let his guard down. For example, the ninth chaos directly suppressed the nine-headed divine spirit and waved his hand to revive all living beings. Hanju was an ant in front of him. There were 5 Tao creators. Hanju looked at the situation of himself with the ninth chaos and seriously suspected that the other 4 Tao creators might also have their own world. It was as vast as the chaos and was created with the boundary evidence, so they rarely interfered with the chaos. Of course, he was only guessing. In any case, the chaos was definitely the strongest world. After all, the ninth chaos was the strongest. The value of the ninth chaos was 100 quadrillion years, while the Tao creator was 1 quadrillion years. The difference was obvious. Hanju started to check his emails. Your good friend Jiang Yi was attacked by an inauspicious evil, X60982321. Your disciple Dao's sovereign was attacked by an inauspicious evil, X73110720. Your good friend evil heavenly emperor has received guidance from a transcendent existence. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Huang Zuantian has entered the divine authority domain. His providence has increased. Your son Han Huang was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure. Your good friend Azure Heaven Mystic has entered the chaotic crack. Your descendant Hanyu has comprehended the true meaning of the heavenly Tao and learned a great mystical power. Your son Han Tuo received guidance from your good friend, the ultimate god of punishment. His cultivation has increased greatly. Peace was really good. Han Ju looked at his friends in the emails who had obtained different opportunities and felt relieved. What was so good about fighting? Han Ju began to look forward to the chaotic assembly. This event encountered many twists and turns. He had to open it. Han Ju continued cultivating after reading the emails. Tens of thousands of years later. The Holy Mother of Order was successfully enslaved and developed a favorable impression of him. After instructing the Holy Mother of Order and letting her out, Han Ju continued cultivating. No matter what, the cycle of seclusion could not change. Just like that, Han Ju only ended his cultivation after another 100,000 years. He sent a dream to the evil heavenly emperor. In the dream, Han Ju smiled and said, Your Majesty, Huang is already old enough. Do you want to arrange a marriage for him? It's also a good thing if you and I become in-laws. The evil heavenly emperor was dissolute and had countless sons. He definitely had a daughter. Evil heavenly emperor immediately smiled. I also have the same intention. Then, I will definitely choose the woman with the best appearance to marry Huang. It's just that Huang doesn't like women. The only woman close to him is Qing. Tell him that I need him to spread my bloodline. Alright, ha ha ha. The evil heavenly emperor laughed. He coveted Han Huang's bloodline. It would be a good thing if he could spread his bloodline in the heavenly court. Han Ju brought Xian Qingjun to the third Dao field after the dream ended. She was finally pregnant after the two of them struggled for a period of time. Han Ju clearly felt the pressure of some rule, causing his bloodline to be unable to completely enter Xian Qingjun's body. Furthermore, she couldn't withstand it. The potential of this fetus was at most on par with Han Tuo. Han Ju established a new Daoist temple for Xian Qingjun beside his Daoist temple. Then, he sent a dream to Hanyu after she settled down. He hoped that Hanyu could marry the woman beside him as soon as possible. These words made Hanyu very embarrassed, but he didn't dare to refuse. Han Ju smiled in satisfaction after doing all of this. He hadn't used the creation heavens chosen yet. Actually, Han Ju could also use it directly. This way, his current children might obtain a great creation. However, this was not a good thing. What would Han Huang think if Han Tuo or Han Qing'er obtained it? What would happen to Han Huang if he obtained it? He would definitely overturn the world in the future. Han Ju remembered clearly the future he created for Han Huang. This kid might face a calamity. He had to control him well. In addition, Han Ju also hoped that his bloodline could be passed down generation after generation. It couldn't be that the higher the seniority, the stronger the talent. That would only lead to ruin. Moreover, the creation heavens chosen had been used more than once. If someone was lucky and was chosen, that would be fate. A year later, Xian Qingjuan's child was born. It was not a son, but a daughter. Han Ju named her Han Ling just like how he treated Han Qing'er. Han Ju took the time to accompany her as she grew up. Han Ling wasn't as lively as Han Qing'er. She was more reserved and rarely spoke. Xian Qingjun continued to cultivate after Han Ling grew up. Ignoring her, Han Ju let his daughter stay in his Taoist temple and cultivate beside him. Han Ju could sense that Xian Qingjun didn't like Han Ling that much. She seemed to want a son more. Han Ju began to use the creation heavens chosen upon seeing that his second daughter had already entered a cultivation state. Activate the creation heavens chosen. A random great creation will appear among your children. Your daughter Han Ling has awakened an innate great creation primordial emperor star, born as an emperor and unaffected by rules. The emperor chi quills the soul. The comprehension is unparalleled. Can use the power of creation to cultivate the emperor army. As soon as these 3 lines of words appeared, Han Ling, who was beside Han Ju, suddenly changed. Strange purple chi surrounded her body. At the same time, above the chaos, the 3,000 great Tao trembled, as if welcoming the arrival of a supreme existence. Chapter 970 10,000 Emperor Soldiers. Chapter 970 10,000 Emperor Soldiers Primordial Emperor Star. Han Ju's eyelids twitched. It looked a little impressive. He carefully checked Han Ling's introduction. The primordial Emperor Star was only a great creation and not a bloodline. It was one of the primordial fates. From the looks of it, although there was only one primordial fiend celestial during the primordial era, there were also primordial life forms. Otherwise, the 9 chaos would not have been born. Han Ju sighed as he stared at his daughter. He didn't expect a woman to obtain the great creation of an emperor. Because Han Ling was restrained and didn't like to talk, Han Ju doted on her. Now that he looked back, he did the right thing. Han Ling might have embarked on an evil path after obtaining the great creation if he had ignored her. As an emperor, it was easy to be stubborn. The spirit chi in the 3rd Tao field began to surge into Han Ling's body. Dressed in white, Han Ling had an otherworldly temperament. She had inherited Han Ju's looks and was devastatingly beautiful. Her expression was cold, and a purple aura surrounded her. Gradually, a purple pattern condensed between her eyebrows. Han Ling finally woke up after several years. Her cultivation level quickly reached the golden immortal realm in these few years. She was only a step away from the emperor realm. She opened her eyes and felt the extraordinariness in her body. She was pleasantly surprised and also a little nervous. She looked at her father and asked softly, "Father, there seems to be something wrong with me." Han Ju didn't even open his eyes. "That's your own opportunity. Feel it well and do not worry. From now on, you will enter seclusion with me. Every time you enter seclusion, it will be for 100,000 years. 100,000 years. Han Ling was moved, but she didn't refuse and silently accepted this arrangement. Above the chaos, great Tao divine spirits gathered. The Holy Mother of Order, the ultimate God of punishment, and the 5 great divine punishers also came. After several years, the 3,000 great Tao finally calmed down. The ultimate God of punishment looked at the Holy Mother of Order and asked, "What did the Holy Mother deduce?" The Holy Mother of Order said, "An innate great creation has descended. I can't guess who it is or where it is." The other great Tao divine spirits discussed it. Over the years, not only have there been more and more great Tao sages, but also more and more geniuses have appeared. Looks like the divine might heavenly sage is not the only one. He has begun a new era. We have to check our domains carefully. We have to grasp such a great opportunity well. That's right. Unfortunately, this child will miss the first chaotic assembly. Han Tuo and Yi Tian were also discussing this. Yi Tian sighed. There are more and more demons. Your brother has an opponent. Han Huang was already the #1 prodigy of the chaos. He was born as freedom. Now that he was a great Tao sage, his cultivation talent was unparalleled, even the divine might heavenly sage was inferior. Han Tuo smiled. This is a good thing. Only with competition can we not slack off. Yi Tian also smiled. How about that woman last time? Did she really not catch your eye? The other 3 divine punishers also revealed strange smiles. Han Tuo sighed. I'm not in the mood to seek love. Don't mention this anymore. As for my father, I'll just apologize to him. On the other side, the ultimate god of punishment said a few words and disappeared. The Holy Mother of Order left. After the 3,000 great Tao regained their calm, the great Tao divine spirits naturally had no reason to stay. However, the news of this matter also spread in the chaos. Countless domain mighty figures knew that a monstrous prodigy not inferior to Han Huang would appear in the chaos. The news also reached the heavenly court. The evil heavenly emperor found Han Huang and told him about this. Han Huang was disdainful. No one can compare to me. I want to see how strong he is. I'll personally spar with him when he grows up. Han Huang, who was only a step away from the great Tao supreme realm, had a stronger aura than the evil heavenly emperor. He was no longer the rash kid from before. The evil heavenly emperor smiled. He knew Han Huang's personality and could only mourn for that mysterious prodigy. Your father asked to arrange a marriage for you. How about my subordinate, Princess Jiulong? She's my bloodline and has a great Tao sage as her master. Her talent is not bad. She's not far from attaining the primordial chaos realm. In terms of looks, she's considered top-notch among my princesses. The evil heavenly emperor smiled. Han Huang frowned. The evil heavenly emperor said, "You're already old enough. You should help spread the Han family bloodline. These are your father's words. After all, your brother lost his wife back then and won't marry again. If you refuse, the Han family will have no descendants." Han Huang shook his head. Thank you for your kind intentions, Your Majesty. Princess Jiulong is indeed very good, but I don't need a woman. I don't want a weakness. His eyes were firm. The evil heavenly emperor said helplessly, even if you don't want a weakness, you have to have a woman, right? This is human nature. Han Huang frowned. No, Your Majesty. To be honest, women are not attractive in my eyes. Other than my family, all living beings are very low level in my eyes. It's already very uncomfortable to chat with them, let alone do that. The evil heavenly emperor was stunned. Han Huang stood up and twisted his body. He smiled and said, Your Majesty, I'll help you take down the world that the heavenly court has recently been stuck in. Just you wait. With that, he transformed into a golden rainbow and sped away, disappearing from the palace in the blink of an eye. The evil heavenly emperor frowned and muttered, Did something happen to this kid? No. He had to think of a way. He wouldn't be able to face Han Ju if Han Huang's personality was distorted. 100,000 years later. Han Ju opened his eyes and looked at Han Ling beside him. The father and daughter did not speak for 100,000 years. If it were Han Qing'er, she would have long gone mad, but Han Ling's personality was so patient. She had just turned 18 and entered seclusion for 100,000 years. Who could stand it? Han Ju was very satisfied with her performance. Han Ling had already reached the primordial chaos realm. With the primordial emperor star's help, Han Ling opened her eyes and looked happy upon sensing her father's gaze. "Father," Han Ling spoke softly. Han Ju touched her long hair. He smiled and said, "Not bad. I'm very satisfied." Han Ling beamed. She raised her hand and waved. A purple figure appeared beside her. "Father, I discovered that every time I break through a minor realm, such an emperor soldier will appear in my soul. Its strength is the same as mine. Now, there are already 10,000 emperor soldiers in the depths of my soul." Han Ling introduced. Although her voice was still very soft, she couldn't hide the smugness in her tone. 10,000 sage-level emperor soldiers. Han Ju was shocked. Was the primordial emperor star so terrifying? He carefully sized up the emperor soldier and discovered that although it was comparable to a sage, it was not as endless as their dermic powers. It only had the destructive power of a sage and did not have the foundation of one. Even so, it was still very terrifying. The creation heavens chosen was a little impressive. Han Ju said, "You have to hide this emperor army well. Unless it's absolutely necessary, you can't show it. You have to kill the enemy once you use it." Kill? Han Ling was stunned. She had never even seen outsiders, so she naturally had no intention of killing them. Han Ju stood up and said, "Let's go. Father will bring you out for a walk to gain experience and prevent anything from happening to you when you travel the chaos in the future." Han Ling stood up. "I'm willing to cultivate by your side forever. I don't want to walk in the chaos." Chapter 971 Number 1 Prodigy of the Chaos. Chapter 971 Number 1 Prodigy of the Chaos. Really? Let's wait until you see the outside world. Han Ju shook his head and laughed, not taking it seriously. He waved his sleeve and brought Han Ling to the main Dao field. He let him take a walk in the 100-peak Immortal River. Han Ling returned in less than 2 hours and said that there was nothing to see there. Han Ju then brought her to the 3rd Dao field to meet the personal disciples. Li Yao and Dao Comprehension Sword were very surprised to see Han Ling. They pulled her and showed her around. Han Ju informed the other Fiend Celestials, and they arrived in front of the Taoist temple in less than 3 breaths of time. Han Ju led his daughter out of the Taoist temple and introduced her to the disciples. "She's Master's 4th daughter, right?" "Hello, junior sister Linger. What should I call you? Uncle Master or Aunt Master?" "Haha, she's really good looking. As expected of Master's daughter." "How old is she? Why is she already a sage?" "Think about Han Huang. You shouldn't be surprised." Han Ling was not nervous upon facing the dozens of fellow disciples' eager gazes. She took the initiative to greet them. The Fiend Celestials had already found their own Tao. Han Ju didn't need to preach the Tao to them. He came this time to inform them. Presumably, before long, the news would spread to the personal disciples wandering in the chaos. That day, Han Ju and his daughter left. The disciples dispersed and continued cultivating. In the Taoist temple, Dao Comprehension Sword pulled Li Yao and said, "Sister Li Yao, you have to seize the opportunity. Master rarely comes here. He will come for a long time if he can have a son and a daughter." Li Yao rolled her eyes and asked angrily, "Who taught you this?" Dao Comprehension Sword chuckled. "Black Hell Chicken. It's my advisor now. Linger was here just now, so I couldn't do it. I'll definitely do it well the next time Master comes alone." Li Yao fell into deep thought. Indeed, Han Ju came too few times. Although their relationship would not change, feelings needed to be nurtured. Han Ju left the Dao field with Han Ling and started to travel the chaos. He left their soul fragments in the 3rd Dao field to revive if necessary. It seemed peaceful now, but Han Ju felt it better to hold back. Wouldn't it be a tragedy if the Tao creator suddenly went mad and wanted to mess with him? The higher one's cultivation level was, the more cautious they had to be. Unless he was already invincible. The father and daughter stood on a purple cloud as Han Ju introduced the chaos to her. Han Ling listened quietly and thoughtfully. Han Ju talked about his experiences after briefly explaining the situation in the chaos. Han Ling's eyes lit up. The purple cloud moved very quickly. They arrived at the Great Tao Tower's domain just as Han Ju finished telling the story of how he attained the Tao. Han Ju sent a voice transmission to Zhou Fan asking him to receive them. Zhou Fan was already on his own, after all. Han Ju didn't want to embarrass him by barging in. Soon, Zhou Fan was ready and invited him to the top of the tower. Two other people were in the hall apart from him. One was Imo Fuzhou, and the other was a black-robed man who looked 70 to 80% similar to Zhou Fan. Master. Zhou Fan immediately knelt down when he saw Han Ju. The man in black also knelt down. Imo Fuzhou was very uneasy and did not know what to do. Han Ju smiled. All right, get up. Brother Imo, long time no see. How have you been? Imo Fuzhou was relieved. He smiled and said, very good. Zhou Fan treats me like a brother, but I don't deserve to be called Brother Imo. Han Ju smiled. It's fine. Zhou Fan hurriedly asked, this is? My daughter, Han Ling, was born 100,000 years ago. I brought her out today. Han Ju smiled and introduced his daughter to them. Han Ling bowed. Greetings, Senior Zhou. Zhou Fan beamed. Junior sister Linger is impressive. She became a sage at 100,000 years old. She's much stronger than my son. The black-robed man looked at Han Ling in surprise. Everyone sat down after some pleasantries. Zhou Fan began to brag about his great Tao Tower. This was the first time the black-robed man saw his father so excited. He was even more curious about Han Ju now. Divine might heavenly sage. He doesn't look strong, the black-robed man thought to himself. Then, he looked at Han Ling. Han Ling glanced at him, scaring him so much that he hurriedly retracted his gaze. Han Ju also noticed this scene, but he didn't show it or care. It was impossible for the two of them. The difference in seniority and cultivation level was huge. He believed that Zhou Fan also knew about this and would not let his son act recklessly. The current Great Tao Tower was also a major force in the chaotic domain. It had more than 100 subordinate worlds and 2 great Tao sages guarding it. One was Zhou Fan, and the other was a chaotic mighty figure that Zhou Fan had roped in. Han Ju listened quietly and didn't express his opinion. After Zhou Fan finished speaking, Han Ju smiled and said, that's right. I don't care how you develop. Just remember where you came from. Zhou Fan chuckled. I'll always be a disciple of the hidden sect. If not for the connections of the hidden sect and your prestige, how could my journey be so smooth? Han Ju shook his head and laughed. Then, he gave Mo Fuzhou and the black-robed man a Dharma treasure each as a greeting gift. That day, Han Ju and his daughter left. Zhou Fan and the other two stood by the tower and watched them leave. The man in black sighed. Zhou Fan glanced at him and said coldly, don't think too much. I had the urge to dig out your dog eyes. That's your elder. How can you look at her like that? Don't think too highly of yourself. You're not worthy. The black-robed man's face turned red. Why not? I can cultivate diligently. Mo Fuzhou was amused, as if he was watching a show. Cultivate diligently? How are you going to cultivate? Junior Linger is following the divine might heavenly sage. How can your cultivation speed be compared to hers? You will have some qualifications if you can become the #1 prodigy of the chaos. Zhou Fan snorted and pulled Mo Fuzhou away. The black-robed man's expression changed. He actually didn't want anything. It was just love at first sight. The number one prodigy of the chaos. You said that I can't, but I have to try. The black-robed man clenched his fists in anger. He wanted to slap his father's face. In the chaos, Han Ju and Han Ling continued forward on the purple cloud. Han Ling asked, "Father, where are we going? The chaos is actually meaningless. I still like to cultivate beside you and enjoy the feeling of becoming stronger." Han Ju smiled. "We're meeting your brothers and sister now." Han Ling asked nervously, "Will they like me?" Previously, she was generous when facing outsiders. But she became nervous now that she was going to see relatives she had never met. "Yes, my Linger is adored by everyone. Look at your senior Zhou's son. He's so obsessed with you that he can't talk." Han Ju smiled. "Father, don't tease me." Han Ling blushed in embarrassment. Han Ju said, "You have to choose your sweetheart well in the future. You can't embarrass your father. At least, he has to be worthy of you." Han Ling said indifferently, "Why should I have a sweetheart? I only have one goal, to become a mighty figure like father." "Father, hurry up. We'll go back and cultivate after meeting my brothers and sister." Chapter 972 Double Great Creation, Immense Opportunity. Chapter 972 Double Great Creation, Immense Opportunity Heavenly Court. Han Ju and the evil Heavenly Emperor drank and chatted in the Imperial Garden. Han Ling sat at the side obediently and silently, but she was not distracted. She listened carefully to their conversation. The evil Heavenly Emperor looked at her and sighed. "Han Ju, your children are really talented. If not for the fact that Linger still has to cultivate with you, I would have poached her to the heavenly court to be an immortal." Han Ju smiled and said, "That depends on her own thoughts." Han Ling replied, "Thank you for your kind intentions, Your Majesty. I plan to cultivate by father's side forever. I'm not interested in wandering the chaos." The evil Heavenly Emperor raised his eyebrows and sized her up in surprise. Han Ju was glad. This little girl was really good. He would be a little jealous if all his children were poached by the evil Heavenly Emperor. At this moment, Han Huang, Han Qing'er, and Jiang Juesher rushed over. The three of them quickly bowed when they saw Han Ju. Han Ju smiled and introduced Han Ling to them. "Sister." Han Qing'er was pleasantly surprised and immediately held Han Ling's arm. Han Huang also felt the closeness of his bloodline and immediately took out a Dharma treasure as a greeting gift. However, Jiang Juesher was slightly moved. He felt a familiar aura from Han Ling. Great creation. This woman was also an innate great creation. Jiang Juesher couldn't help but look at Han Ju with reverence. Master could already impart great creation to his children. For some reason, he suddenly felt that his master was a little like the old master in his memories. Perhaps he was thinking too much. After all, millions of years had passed. Han Ju asked Jiang Juesher and the other two to sit down. Then, he asked about their cultivation. "Father, I'm only a step away from the Great Tao Supreme Realm. I'll definitely be able to attain it before the chaotic assembly. I want the eternal peak, but I might have to represent the heavenly court. In any case, you have countless disciples under you and I'm your son. It's a win-win situation, but reputation is more important to the heavenly court." Han Huang chuckled. Han Ju smiled and nodded. He thought to himself that the evil Heavenly Emperor was quite capable. He probably poured his heart out to Han Huang to make this rash kid care so much. Han Qing'er curled her lips. "I just attained freedom. I'm completely incomparable to second brother and senior brother Jiang. In the future, I might even be surpassed by sister Linger. Not bad." Han Ju nodded slightly and looked at his disciple. Jiang Juesher said, my current cultivation is at the mid-stage Great Tao Primordial Chaos realm. I don't dare to think about the eternal peak anymore. Junior Huang is too powerful. However, I'm definitely one of the chaotic 10 absolutes. Han Ling stared at him in deep thought. Han Ju smiled and said, you and Linger are both born with innate great creation. You have to cultivate well and not be caught up by Linger. As expected. Jiang Juesher thought to himself. The evil heavenly emperor's eyes lit up. Innate great creation. Could it be that the mysterious prodigy the entire chaos is talking about is Linger? Calculating the time, the two of them indeed descended at the same time. Han Huang couldn't help but size up his sister again. Han Qinger's eyes lit up. Wow! Sister, you have a great creation like Senior Jiang. His great reincarnation creation technique is so abnormal. What great creation do you have? Han Ling looked at her father. Han Ju said, I can't say for the time being. Linger will cultivate with me and show it one day. Jiang Juesher asked curiously, then, will Junior Linger participate in this chaotic assembly? Han Ju shook his head. Although Han Ling was curious about the chaotic assembly, this matter was completely left to her father, so she did not say anything. The evil heavenly emperor sighed. Han Ju, oh Han Ju. It seems that your realm has already exceeded our imagination, so your children's talent is becoming higher and higher. Everyone looked at Han Ju. Han Ju smiled and said, it's all right. How's the discussion about Huanger's marriage? Hearing this, Han Huang shuddered and said excitedly, Father, I don't want to marry. In my eyes, all living beings are not the same as me. How can I have improper relationships with them? Han Ling's eyes lit up and she looked at him in surprise. She had seen a lot along the way. She did not like the living beings of the chaos and the heavenly Tao. She even found it difficult to agree. So she was not the only one. Second brother was the same. Han Ju showed a frown. Han Qinger hurriedly tried to persuade him. Second brother, when has father ever asked you for anything? Others can't wait to do it. Han Huang's heart skipped a beat when he saw his father frown. That's right. This was the only thing his father had told him to do. Han Huang struggled for a moment and gritted his teeth. All right. Han Ju finally relaxed. Just like that, Han Ju and his daughter stayed in the heavenly Tao. Han Ling was pulled around by Han Qinger. Han Huang and Jiang Juesher entered seclusion again to prepare for the chaotic assembly. Han Ju and the evil heavenly emperor discussed the Tao. It was said to be a Tao discussion, but it was actually Han Ju's suggestion. The evil heavenly emperor happily accepted it. The strongest guidance in the chaos was hard to come by. At the bottom of the chaos, at a place with boundless mist. Tao Sovereign, Zhao Xianyuan, Jiang Yi, and Lao Dan cultivated around a small spring. This small spring was less than 5 feet in diameter. Spring water surged out from the ground. The water surface surged slightly and mist rose from the edge. It looked no different from the spring water in the mortal world, but it was especially abrupt here. There was no grass or life in a radius of 10,000 miles. There was only one water source. Zhao Xianyuan opened his eyes and said excitedly, my cultivation level increased so quickly. Jiang Yi smiled and said, whose cultivation hasn't? My divine young indestructible body has increased greatly. Not only my cultivation level, but my potential is also increasing. Lao Dan opened his eyes and sighed. It's indeed impressive. A huge opportunity, a huge opportunity. However, it's only enough for the 4 of us. What? You still want to recommend it to the 3 pure sacred world? How is that possible? I have nothing to do with the 3 pure sacred world. How many times have I said it? Hee hee. Then why are you so nervous when my master defeated Laozi? After all, we are the same person. How can I not be worried? Zhao Xianyuan and Lao Dan began to bicker habitually. At this moment, the water surface suddenly fluctuated and a figure appeared. Look! Jiang Yi exclaimed. The other three immediately looked at the water. The strange figure that appeared in the water was covered in white fur. It had a human-like upper body and arms like branches. Its white fur twisted with the water. The four of them frowned. This was the first time they had seen such a phenomenon. At this moment, the white-haired figure suddenly opened its eyes. A strange green light burst out, terrifying. It opened its mouth, revealing 2 rows of sharp teeth like shark teeth, as if it was talking. Dao Sovereign and the other 3 couldn't understand or see through it. Zhao Xianyuan suddenly shivered and said, "Everyone, do you still remember the ancient desolate?" Whoosh! The 4 of them jumped back at the same time, away from the small spring. Jiang Yi swallowed. Should we leave? Dao Sovereign frowned. Are you willing to give up such a treasure? Zhao Xianyuan covered his forehead. Here we go again. Indeed. Lao Dan sighed. He knew that it was dangerous, but he still didn't want to let go. This feeling was really uncomfortable. Suddenly, the white-furred figure actually crawled out of the spring. First, it was its arm, then its head. The hole formed by the spring was clearly far smaller than its body. It was stuck in the spring, quietly staring at Dao Sovereign and the other 3. Chapter 973 Hanju's Goal. Chapter 973 Hanju's Goal, what should we do? Jiang Yi asked in a low voice. He stared at the white-haired figure, afraid that it would suddenly attack. The other 3 were the same. They didn't dare to let their guard down. Dao Sovereign frowned. As the leader of the 4, he made the decisions. This opportunity was no small matter. Not only could this spring water help their cultivation increase rapidly, but it could also increase their potential, especially the latter. Such an opportunity was hard to come by. How could they let it go? Moreover, the strength of this white-haired figure was still unknown. How could he be frightened away? Dao Sovereign's eyes narrowed. His right hand behind his waist clenched into a fist. In an instant, the space around the white-haired figure froze. Even the white-haired figure couldn't move. Chase! Dao Sovereign shouted in a low voice. The white-haired figure shattered with the ice crystals around it, turning into mist and dissipating. Zhao Xianyuan and Jiang Yi were stunned. It ended just like that. At this moment, another arm covered in white fur emerged from the spring. The white-furred figure crawled out again and stared at them like before. Lao Dan frowned. Do you want more? The white-furred figure suddenly let out an obscure voice, but it automatically transformed into a language that the 4 of them could understand. Lao Dan frowned. You want us to go in? That's right, who are you? I don't remember. If you help me, I'll give you more. Dao Sovereign and the other 2 looked at each other. Could it be that this fellow was sealed in the spring water? What was hidden under the spring? The white-haired figure trembled. He raised his hand and said, below. Lao Dan came to Dao Sovereign's side and asked in a low voice, what do you think? Dao Sovereign's eyes flickered. He took a deep breath and said, nothing ventured, nothing gained. I'll go down first. Wait for me. Think of a way to save me if I don't come up in 6 hours. This was the greatest reason he became the leader. He was the first to rush forward every time. I'll go down with you. Jiang Yi said in a low voice with a firm gaze. Zhao Xianyuan said helplessly, how can you go down alone? We won't be able to save you if something really happens. Our strength will be dispersed. Let's go together. For great Tao sages won't die no matter what. Lao Dan's expression changed. I have to go down too. Nonsense. Are we brothers? I'm your grandfather, okay. The four of them bickered for a while before they suppressed their nervousness and walked towards the little spring. Third Dao Field. Han Ju and Han Ling appeared here. Han Ling heaved a sigh of relief and smiled upon looking at the familiar surroundings. You dislike the chaos so much? Han Ju found it funny. Han Ling covered her mouth and laughed. Indeed. Father, don't ask me to go out in the future unless you have something to do. I can accompany you. Han Ju sat on the 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus and said helplessly, women can't always follow their father. Han Ling also sat down. Then, I'll go out when I surpass you. That's impossible. That's even better. Han Ling stuck out her tongue obediently. Han Ju didn't say anything else and started cultivating. He also had his own goal, which was to become a Tao creator as soon as possible. The father and daughter closed their eyes. When he opened his eyes again, 100,000 years had already passed. Han Ju began to observe the primordial world while Han Ling walked out and greeted her mother, Xian Qingjun. After all, they were mother and daughter. She should go talk with her when she was free. The primordial world was still expanding, and there was more and more ultimate origin qi. However, it was like a drop in the ocean compared to the primordial qi. The more ultimate origin qi there was, the stronger Han Ju's dermic powers became. Apart from that, there were already more than 500 chaotic fiend celestials in the primordial world. The remaining fiend celestial qi was still being nurtured. It was not far from nurturing 3,000 fiend celestials. Han Ju estimated that he shouldn't be able to gather 3,000 fiend celestials. After all, there were already nearly 100 chaotic fiend celestials in the chaos. Most of them were in the second Dao field. Han Ju started to check his emails. Your disciple Dao Sovereign was attacked by chaotic resentful devil, X10922281. Your disciple Zhao Xianyuan was attacked by chaotic resentful devil, X9873221. Your son Han Huang's cultivation has broken through. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your disciple Zhou Fan has entered the bottom of the chaos. Your good friend Azure Heaven Mystic was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure and was severely injured. Your good friend, the ultimate god of punishment, was cursed by a mysterious curse. Your good friend Holy Mother of Order has absorbed the supreme rule power and her cultivation has increased. Your disciple Dao Sovereign has comprehended the great Dao Providence Divine Authority. His cultivation has increased greatly. Han Ju was surprised. Dao Sovereign and the other two had comprehended the great Dao Providence Divine Authority. So lucky. He pinched his fingers to deduce and discovered that he could not deduce their location. Interesting. Han Ju could already easily suppress 1,000,000 great Dao sages, but there were still some places in the chaos that could not be spied on. There were still many old monsters hidden in the chaos. Han Ju felt several auras stronger than the ultimate god of punishment when the nine-headed divine spirit attacked the third Dao field. They were all old schemers, and they were even more cowardly than him. Han Ju continued reading the emails. Evil Heavenly Emperor, Huang Zuantian, Zhou Fan, and the others' providence was increasing. Even the divine robed Daoist had an opportunity recently. Han Ju was very glad. Since his friends were fine, he could enter seclusion without worry. Now that the ultimate god of punishment and the Holy Mother of Order were his people, no one in the chaos should be able to hurt the people close to him. Han Ju seriously suspected that the choice reward that happened once every 1,000,000 years would become once every 10,000,000 years after breaking becoming 10,000,000 years old. In that case, his seclusion period had to increase. 100,000 years was too short. He had an immature goal. He wanted to become a Tao creator before the chaotic assembly. He would be around 15,000,000 years old when the chaotic assembly took place. He still had nearly 5,000,000 years. Han Ling returned to the Daoist temple several hours later. Seeing that her father was stretching, she immediately came over and said, "Father, I've already attained freedom. I have 100,000 Emperor soldiers. 100,000 Freedom Emperor soldiers. Han Ju's heart beat wildly. The primordial Emperor star was a little terrifying. Could it be that there was a difference in innate great creation? He felt that Jiang Juesher was inferior to his daughter. Han Ju said, "It's all right. Everyone below the Great Tao is an ant. Hurry up and attain the Great Tao. I'll teach you a mystical power." "Thank you, Father," Han Ling replied, disappointment flashing across his eyes. Han Ju said helplessly, "All right, you're very strong, stronger than your brothers and sister. All right? You just want me to praise you." Han Lingling beamed and smiled. Is it too much for a daughter to want her father's praise? Han Ju asked, "Does your mother know?" "I didn't tell her. She doesn't care about me, anyway." Han Ling curled her lips. She could feel that her mother wanted a son more. Han Ju smiled and said, "Don't blame your mother. If you want to blame someone, blame me. I should have turned you into a man. So what if I'm a woman? Gender doesn't mean much. Cultivation is the key in this world. In any case, I don't care about my body. I only care about my existence and my soul." Han Ling spread his hands. Chapter 974 Han Family's Foundation. Chapter 974 Han Family's Foundation. Time passed quickly. Another 100,000 years passed. Han Ju opened his eyes and habitually observed the primordial world before checking his emails. Everything was fine. There was nothing to worry about. He began to think of the Mystical Destiny book. The cooldown time of the Mystical Destiny book was already up. This was a good thing. It was equivalent to the will of chaos and could tamper with the memories of all living beings. No, it was even more exaggerated and could change the truth. Han Ju checked the Mystical Destiny book's information again. Mystical Destiny book, Ultimate Supreme Treasure, a supreme treasure formed by seizing a supreme creation. It can tamper with the past and future of others and directly change everything. It is not restricted or spied on by any rules. Every time you use this treasure, your lifespan will be deducted at a different price. This treasure will sleep for a period of time. As the number of times it is used increases, its sleeping time will double. Special hint, this treasure cannot be upgraded and cannot recognize a master. He pondered for a while and felt that there was no need to use it for the time being. He could use it if he encountered something in the future. Currently, he was not in any danger. The ninth chaos did not pursue the matter. He could let it go for the time being. After Han Ju made his decision, he looked at his daughter beside him. He said, "Linger, do you want to learn a mystical power?" Han Ling opened his eyes in surprise and immediately nodded. Han Ju immediately started to teach her the mystical power. Han Ling's talent was indeed impressive. She could master ordinary mystical powers almost in one go. Several months later, Han Ling had already learned more than 10 mystical powers from Han Ju, including the Divine Might Great Heaven Palm. Han Ling sighed. "I really want to find someone to spar with." Han Ju immediately opened the authority of the simulation trial for her and introduced it briefly. She was very surprised. In the next few decades, Han Ling was immersed in the simulation trial and could not extricate herself. Han Ju came to the main Dao field and observed the heavenly Dao. He discovered that Han Yu was already married and had passed down his lineage. 200,000 years of development allowed the Han family to become large with a deep foundation in the heavenly Dao. Not all sages had descendants in the immortal world, let alone a family. Their teachings were more about master and disciple. To sages, bloodline was not a safe way to inherit. It was not easy to produce an existence with unparalleled talent among the descendants. It was definitely easier to search the entire immortal world for disciples. In addition, if a sage inherited a lineage with their bloodline, it would also make outsiders feel that it was difficult to approach. The lineage would only become more and more narrow-minded. Currently, the Han family of the immortal world had already been passed down for decades and even developed many branches that were distributed in dozens of mortal worlds. Han Ju was satisfied. Only Han Yu did his best and completed the mission he had been given. Han Ju would not interfere with the Han family. They were only the candidates of his creation heavens chosen. The Han family was a sage family, after all. There were also many geniuses of the heavenly Tao among the descendants. They also had a good reputation in the immortal world. Just as Han Ju was thinking, a black vortex suddenly appeared in front of him. Invocation technique. Han Ju deduced and discovered that it was Zhao Xianyuan who used the invocation technique. Han Ling was still in the simulation trial. Han Ju immediately stepped into the black vortex. There was a trace of will in the Taoist temple. Thus, he was not afraid to die. After stepping through the black vortex, what greeted Han Ju's vision were black resentful devils filling the sky. They were all in different postures and looked dense. There were countless of them. Below the black vortex were Dao's sovereign and the other three. At this moment, Dao's sovereign and Jiang Yi were severely injured. Their bodies were incomplete and covered in blood. Strange green flames were burning on their wounds. Their faces were filled with pain. Lao Dan raised his hands and used his dermic powers to cast a barrier, causing an invisible barrier to appear around the four of them. Zhao Xianyuan heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Han Ju. "Master, save us." Zhao Xianyuan said anxiously. Han Ju's back was facing the black vortex. He didn't move in order to prevent a mysterious existence from using the black vortex to infiltrate the third Tao field. His eyes narrowed. The resentful devils that filled the sky vanished. These resentful devils were all at the Freedom Realm. How could they stop the four great Tao sages? Han Ju found it strange. Before he could ask, he suddenly glanced in a direction. The ground below was like a barren desert. A figure was slowly walking over on Han Ju's left. It was a man in broken armor. He was tall and straight, and his long hair fluttered in the wind. His ghost-like black face sported red eyebrows. His eyes were cold and, at first glance, he seemed to have 4 eyes. This person was as strong as a ferocious beast. Holding a huge saber in his right hand, the blade drew an endless ravine on the ground. This huge saber was even larger than him. The weapon was covered in black and red scales and the blade was silver like a bright moon. Han Ju narrowed his eyes. This aura was very strong, already comparable to a great Tao Supreme. No wonder Dao's sovereign and the other 3 couldn't stop him. Then again, where was this? Han Ju's divine sense swept through the entire world and discovered that this world was extremely vast, like the chaos, but there was no such huge land in the chaos. Wait! The bottom of the chaos. Han Ju had gone to the bottom of the chaos when he fought with the ancient desolate divine spirit. The bottom of the chaos was also such a land. No. It's not the bottom of the chaos. There's no chaotic chi here. Master, be careful. The things here can devour dermic powers. Zhao Xianyuan said anxiously. He pointed at the terrifying figure dragging the saber and said, "It's that fellow who injured Dao's sovereign and Jiang Yi. The 2 of them almost died with just 1 strike." Jiang Yi coughed violently. "Save us some face." Lao Dan looked up at Han Ju with a complicated expression. "Divine might heavenly sage." Han Ju asked, "What is this place?" Zhao Xianyuan replied, "I'm not sure. It shouldn't be the chaos. We entered from an entrance at the bottom of the chaos. We grasped the great Tao Providence divine authority here. After staying here for so long, we thought that we were already invincible in the great Tao Sage realm. I didn't expect to encounter this fellow. The great Tao Providence divine authority was related to the supreme rules. To be able to control the great Tao Providence divine authority outside the chaos. Boom! The armored man in the distance suddenly jumped, causing the ground within 100 miles to collapse. Dust flew as he raised his scale saber and slashed at Han Ju. This power was enough to scare mortals to death, but it was nothing in his eyes. Han Ju frowned. The armored man broke through Lao Dan's dermic powers barrier and knocked him to the ground. Han Ju raised his palm upon seeing that the saber was about to land on him. Divine might, great heaven palm. A terrifying wave erupted and the armored man instantly turned into dust. The scale saber spun towards the horizon. That's it. He was even inferior to a sage. His aura was like a great Tao Supreme, but his speed was far inferior to a sage. Han Ju was puzzled when the scale saber suddenly stopped. With a cold flash, it attacked Han Ju again. So fast. Han Ju frowned even more. He didn't dodge. The black vortex was behind him. Han Ling would definitely be in danger if this saber rushed in. Boom! The scale saber was blocked by Han Ju's ultimate mortal robe. The two forces shook the entire sky and the huge wind caused the ground to shake. Under Han Ju's gaze, the scales on the surface of the scale saber appeared and condensed into the armored man again. Chapter 975 Consciousnessless Great Tao World. Chapter 975 Consciousnessless Great Tao World. The armored man's expression became sinister after recondensing his body. With a roar, he began to swing his saber crazily. Saber chi swept out, carrying strange and profound runes. The runes expanded and flew in all directions. Tao Sovereign and the other three were pushed into the distance. The ground shattered. Zhao Xianyuan looked at the armored man in horror and cursed in a low voice. This fellow is so terrifying. He probably didn't think much of us previously. No one replied. Lao Dan's expression was also ugly. Although Tao Sovereign and Jiang Yi were severely injured, the pain was nothing to them. They were only worried that Han Ju could not block it. The world kept collapsing. No matter how the armored man attacked, he could not break through the ultimate mortal robe's defense. Han Ju raised his right hand and raised thousands of hand shadows. It was dazzling. He pushed forward gently. Great change sealing palm. Obsessed with attacking and did not dodge, the armored man was directly struck by the palm and could not move instantly. He hung in the air, staring at Han Ju. The huge commotion in the world stopped. Tao Sovereign and the other three were stunned. They were all worried for Han Ju when they felt the armored man's aura just now. They didn't expect that the armored man wouldn't be able to move after Han Ju's casual move. Han Ju looked at them and asked, "Are you leaving or staying here?" Zhao Xianyuan came back to his senses and hurriedly said, "Staying here. We've been here for more than 200,000 years and nothing happened. Today was just an accident. This fellow is too strong. Our Dharma treasures and mystical powers can't do anything to him, but he can still summon resentful devils. We had no choice but to ask you for help." Han Ju waved his sleeve and took the armored man and the scale saber away. Then, he stepped back into the black vortex. The vortex shrank and everything returned to normal. Lao Dan sighed. "Your master is indeed the strongest in the chaos. That fellow's aura has already surpassed the great Tao sage, but in front of him, Zhao Xianyuan said proudly, "Of course." Tao Sovereign and Jiang Yi began to heal their injuries. Han Ju asked in his mind after returning to the third Tao field, where was that place just now? 1 quadrillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? So expensive. The value of a Tao creator. Continue. Consciousnessless great Tao world, a world created by the chaotic deity, chaotic consciousness. It is suppressed by the chaos and has no life. It is vast and endless. Suppressed by the chaos. Han Ju instantly thought of many things. No wonder the appearance rate of the chaotic consciousness was so high. Logically speaking, the Tao creator had already jumped out of the chaos and should not appear again, such as the other two Tao creators whose names were unknown. It turned out that the chaotic consciousness world was suppressed by the ninth chaos. In that case, the chaotic consciousness might have been subdued by the ninth chaos and become a chaotic deity to watch over the chaos safety. It was not impossible. The chaotic consciousness had supported the rise of Azure Heaven Mystic in the chaos. It was probably part of the plan. Han Ju thought about how uncomfortable it would be if his primordial world was suppressed by the chaos. It seemed that unless it was absolutely necessary, he could not expose the primordial world's existence. The ninth chaos seemed to have no desires, but that was only on the surface. As for Tao's sovereign and the other three, Han Ju couldn't be bothered. These guys liked to wander around and couldn't stay idle. This was also good. They could unlock more new maps for him. Han Ju took out the scale saber. As for the armored man, he had already erased him. The armored man's true form was this saber. This treasure was not simple. At the very least, it was a chaotic supreme treasure. It was enough to make any great Tao existence envious. He began to use absolute purification. Han Ling asked curiously after opening her eyes and seeing the saber, "Father, what is this?" "A Dharma treasure." "I know that. What I want to know is, you want it?" Han Ling nodded in embarrassment. In the simulation trial, she discovered that many opponents had powerful Dharma treasures. Sometimes, Dharma treasures were stronger than mystical powers. Han Ju said, "This treasure is ferocious. I have to eliminate its hostility first. Wait for me to finish." Han Ling responded, but her gaze was fixed on the scale saber. Han Ju recalled the ultimate Tao treasure he had snatched from the carefree immortal. He immediately took out this treasure. The half-moon red jade floated in his palm, attracting Han Ling's gaze. "Choose one of the two." "You can only choose one," Han Ju said casually, not knowing which Dharma treasure was stronger. Han Ling pointed at the half-moon red jade. "I want this one. It's stronger. The power it contains is very similar to my great creation." Han Ju raised his eyebrows. This girl was only a freedom sage and could already spy on the ultimate Tao treasure. The half-moon red jade had long been purified and was not dangerous. However, Han Ling had to become stronger if she wanted to subdue this treasure. Han Ju threw the half-moon red jade to her. The ultimate Tao treasure was indeed impressive, but Han Ju had more than one. This treasure was not an offensive or defensive treasure. It was more inclined towards creation and karma. Han Ling took the treasure and immediately beamed. She began to study it. Several hundred years later, the scaled saber was successfully purified. The saber spirit in the saber no longer surged. It fell into a deep sleep and waited for its master to wake it up. Vast, this treasure was not simple. It contained great Tao supreme power and extremely strong killing intent. It could be left to disciples or descendants in the future. Han Ju thought of someone. Han Yu. This fellow was more obedient than Han Huang and Han Tuo. He followed the instructions obediently. It was time to support him. As Han Ju was thinking, a line of words suddenly appeared in front of him. "The chaotic consciousness sent you a dream. Do you accept?" Han Ju's heart trembled. "Tao Creator. Is it dangerous for me to accept this dream? 1 quadrillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue?" "Continue." "No." Han Ju secretly heaved a sigh of relief and silently chose to accept it. The dream was a blank domain. Countless remains floated around it. It was ghastly and terrifying. Han Ju looked around but did not find the chaotic consciousness. At this moment, a huge head suddenly turned around. Its 8 eyes stared at him. Hanju frowned and asked, "Who are you? Why are you visiting me in my dreams?" The chaotic consciousness smiled. "I am a chaotic deity." Chaotic deity. Hanju was moved and pretended to be shocked. He muttered to himself, "Chaotic deity. Could it be that the existence who created the supreme rules really exists?" The chaotic consciousness said, "I'm not the one who created the chaos and the supreme rules, but the ninth chaos you saw before. I'm only responsible for protecting the chaotic order." The matter of the nine-headed divine spirit made the ninth chaos very dissatisfied with me. Hanju remained silent. He didn't know what the chaotic consciousness wanted to tell him. After all, the chaotic consciousness still had a one-star favorability towards him. "Hanju, there's no hope for you to reach our level. The Great Tao Supreme Realm is your limit. You can't go beyond the Great Tao Supreme Realm even if you're still becoming stronger," the chaotic consciousness said faintly. "You went to the consciousnessless Great Tao world when you went to save your disciples. This world was created by an existence that surpassed the Great Tao Supreme Realm. It's equivalent to a second chaos. However, he was suppressed by the ninth chaos as soon as he created this world. The consciousnessless Great Tao world was suppressed by the chaos. All the spirit chi in the world was sucked away by the chaos and the consciousnessless Great Tao world became a place of nothingness." Chapter 976 Red Eyes. Chapter 976 Red Eyes. How dishonest. Why didn't he talk about his own circumstances? Was he worried about his reputation or did he have other intentions? Hanju complained in his heart but continued to listen on the surface. The chaotic consciousness said, "Above the Great Tao Supreme Realm is the Tao Creator Realm. The way to attain the Tao Creator Realm is to create a Great Tao world. The chaos is the first Great Tao world, a Tao world formed by 3,000 Great Tao. Every Great Tao world has 3,000 Great Tao and forms a system of rules. But it's impossible for you to succeed with the chaos around. Unless you're willing to let your Great Tao world become a subsidiary world of the chaos. I've observed you. You keep saying that you don't want to cause trouble, but what you really want is independence. Absolute independence is actually strength. You actually pursue power." The chaotic consciousness stared at Hanju with its 8 eyes, making him feel weak. This was malicious flattery. He wanted to elevate him and force him to go against the ninth chaos. Hanju said, "Deity, you're being too serious. I've never bullied anyone. Why would I do that?" The chaotic consciousness said, "Then, are you prepared to submit to the ninth chaos?" Hanju said, "Not for the time being. Anyway, I don't even have the thought of creating a Great Tao world." He did not say anything absolute to avoid offending the chaotic consciousness. In any case, he would delay and keep the chaotic consciousness guessing. Let's not talk about the Tao Creator Realm. Even if you have an opportunity, it's difficult to create a Great Tao world in less than 1,000,000,000,000 years. I came to you this time to talk about the consciousnessless Great Tao world. There are many living beings there. After being suppressed by the chaos, these living beings can't go to the chaos and don't have spirit chi. Those who survive are mortals who don't need spirit chi to survive. These living beings have been occupied by jealousy for a long time. They hate the chaos. Because the chaos is higher than the consciousnessless Great Tao world, they can't enter the chaos. However, they discovered a way to become stronger. In the long run, they will probably become a threat to the chaos. Hanju raised his eyebrows. A trap. Isn't the consciousnessless Great Tao world yours? Hanju would not believe his words if the chaotic consciousness did not reveal this. The chaotic consciousness said, "I hope that you can go and educate these living beings. If you can't, organize the chaos and kill all the vengeful spirits of the Great Tao world." Hanju asked, "Who else did you tell this?" "You are already the strongest in the chaos. I will only find the strongest. You can decide what to do." With that said, the surrounding corpses instantly exploded and the dream ended. Han Ju opened his eyes and frowned. Wow! What a schemer! If it were anyone else, without knowing that the consciousnessless great Tao world belonged to the chaotic consciousness, they would definitely be excited after hearing this, thinking that they had been recognized by the chaotic deity and were given power and responsibility. However, Han Ju knew that this was a huge trap. Didn't you say that it will take me 1 trillion years to break through? I'll start after 100 million years. Han Ju thought silently and felt that the chaotic consciousness should not be in a hurry. Time passed very quickly for Tao creators. 10 million years was like an instant and not worth mentioning. Then, Han Ju stopped thinking and quickly started cultivating. Han Ling was still playing with the half-moon red jade. She loved it and looked like a cute girl for once. Ultimate God World. The ultimate god of punishment sized up the 5 divine punishers in front of him with a satisfied expression. Tian smiled and said, "Exalted God, how are we going to compete in the chaotic assembly? If it's a one-on-one battle, we'll have to hand over the supreme throne of the eternal peak." The other divine punishers also smiled and nodded. They had communicated in private and felt that the ultimate god of punishment had probably submitted to Han Ju. Otherwise, he wouldn't have promoted them again. Back then, they were almost crippled when the ancient desolate divine spirit appeared. If it was just shaking hands and making peace, they would at most keep their divine punisher positions. How could he nurture them so diligently? This meant that they were all on the same side. The ultimate god of punishment smiled. "I'll discuss this with the divine might heavenly sage. Han Huang is indeed unstoppable, but someone among you has to enter the chaotic 10 absolutes. The chaotic 10 absolutes will definitely be fine. We'll take care of it." Tian said smugly. Han Tuo rolled his eyes. "Don't talk nonsense. I suspect that my father still has many absurdly powerful subordinates." Tian's smile froze. The ultimate god of punishment smiled and said, "Don't always think of the divine might heavenly sage's subordinates. The hidden sect has a deep foundation, but the chaos still has other geniuses. Many stunning figures have appeared in the past million years. Some geniuses who have been in seclusion have also begun to build momentum. The chaotic assembly will be very exciting. You can't be careless. Take advantage of the last 4 million years and work hard." He paused and said, "You know the supreme rules, but don't you know the great Tao Providence divine authority? The chaotic fiend celestials control the power of the great Tao, and the power of the supreme rules is the great Tao Providence divine authority. It's equivalent to being above the chaotic fiend celestials. Currently, there are only 7 great Tao Providence divine authority. If I obtain one, there will be a great Tao Providence divine authority at the eternal peak. This will be the closest path for you to reach the peak. Such an opportunity is something I never thought of before." The 5 divine punishers widened their eyes and breathed heavily. Even Han Tuo was the same. Great Tao Providence divine authority. The ultimate god of punishment continued, "I will begin to build momentum for the great Tao Providence divine authority, but this award will not be made public for now. It will only be informed to all living beings after the top of the world is determined. Therefore, this information is to your advantage as the divine punishers." Tian cursed. "I'll do it. Sorry, Han Huang, I won't let you go anymore." Han Tuo said faintly, "Second brother attained the great Tao's supreme realm not long ago." Tian's eyes turned red. He glared at him and asked, "You want to give up?" Han Tuo was silent. How could he give up? The great Tao Providence divine authority was a supreme opportunity to walk towards the peak of the chaos. It was above the 3,000 great Tao. The other 3 divine punishers were also very excited. The ultimate god of punishment smiled and disappeared. In the years to come, the chaotic assembly became the focus of the entire chaos. The various factions began to promote the geniuses they nurtured with all their might. It was the same for the heavenly court. Han Huang was still the most dazzling star. However, many geniuses were not convinced. This was how geniuses were. They all thought that they could kill enemies above their level. They were the most talented. Not to mention the chaos, the heavenly Tao also had many such geniuses. For example, Azure Heaven Mystic and Zhao Shuangquan. Azure Heaven Mystic was a pawn of the chaotic consciousness. Needless to say, his potential was even more impressive. Zhao Shuangquan was the eighth chaos's reincarnation. The two often sparred, but Azure Heaven Mystic started cultivation early and thus always suppressed him. However, the heavenly Tao sages nurtured the two of them fairly. They tried their best to satisfy whatever they wanted. On this day, in Su Qi's palace, Zhao Shuangquan was excitedly recounting his recent achievements. Zhao Shuangquan and Azure Heaven Mystic would also wander the chaos from time to time and build their reputation. Su Qi said helplessly, "Why are you like Azure Heaven Mystic? You're arrogant and fearless. You'll suffer sooner or later." Chapter 977 Great Opportunity, Number 1 Deity. Chapter 977 Great Opportunity, Number 1 Deity. I'm different from Azure Heaven Mystic. He's a coward who only knows how to bark and doesn't dare to kill easily. He's simply stupid. He's often humiliated but lets them survive. He'll be doomed sooner or later. I'm different. I'm only arrogant to my opponent. I can't be bothered if there's no karma. Zhao Shuangquan snorted with disdain. Su Qi could only smile helplessly at the grudge between Azure Heaven Mystic and Zhao Shuangquan. The internal strife of the two geniuses was not a secret in the entire heavenly Tao. Fortunately, they were only bickering and competitive. They did not scheme against each other's lives. They could be considered to appreciate each other. The two of them did not have friends. Among their peers, the ones who interacted the most were still each other. In the eyes of the sages, they were close friends. Su Qi said, "There's more and more news about the chaotic assembly. The various factions in the chaos are building momentum. The heavenly Tao is preparing to support you and Azure Heaven Mystic, but currently, you don't have any impressive achievements. Your range of activity has always been in the Heavenly Tao Alliance. Your defeated opponents have more or less given the Heavenly Tao face." Zhao Shuangquan was silent. Su Qi said, "By the way, have you heard of Han Huang?" Zhao Shuangquan's eyes lit up. "Heavenly Court's Han Huang." "That's right. Of course, I've heard of him. Many people say that he's almost on the throne of the Eternal Peak. He was born as freedom and has unparalleled potential. His backing is even more impressive. He, you have to call him Uncle Master, understand?" "Yes, Uncle Master Han." Zhao Shuangquan scratched his head and smiled. Because of Su Qi, he had a good impression of the hidden sect. In his opinion, the hidden sect was a righteous lineage. Back then, Su Qi had been plotted against so badly. If it was any other orthodoxy, they could only give him up. Only the hidden sect did not. Su Qi was even supported by the divine might heavenly sage to become a sage. Zhao Shuangquan had also been taken care of by the other seniors of the hidden sect since he was young. The reason he could compete with Azure Heaven Mystic was greatly attributed to the hidden sect's help. Su Qi said, "If you want fame, I want to recommend you to be Junior Huang's subordinate. Make a name for yourself and take advantage of your Uncle Master Huang's prestige." Zhao Shuangquan was silent. He was proud and arrogant. Although he liked the hidden sect, it did not mean that he felt inferior to them. Su Qi said, "If you don't go, Junior Ji will recommend Azure Heaven Mystic. The Heavenly Court is still too small and can't help you soar." In the beginning, Azure Heaven Mystic was under Ji Xianchen. In order to let Azure Heaven Mystic become a prodigy nurtured by the Heavenly Tao, he self-imposed expulsion. At this point, Azure Heaven Mystic truly belonged to the heavenly Tao. Zhao Shuangquan immediately said, "I'll go. I'll be a soldier under Uncle Master Huang." Su Qi immediately smiled. This child couldn't be provoked. Your Uncle Master Huang might not agree. Su Qi shook his head and smiled. This was the truth. He usually did not interact with Han Huang. No matter how close they were, they had to be distant. Zhao Shuangquan grinned. If Han Huang did not accept him, he naturally would not accept Azure Heaven Mystic. It was fine as long as he did not fall behind Azure Heaven Mystic. In the consciousnessless Great Tao world, Tao Sovereign and the other three walked into an underground palace. The hall was spacious. The walls on both sides and above were embedded with countless different colored crystals. Flames of different sizes also floated, making the place bright. Lao Dan reminded, "Be careful. That fellow invited us here for a reason." Jiang Yi said, "We're the same." The four of them continued forward and arrived in front of a lake. This lake blocked the center of the hall. The surface of the lake was 10,000 feet in diameter and shone brightly. All sorts of transparent fish surged in the water, forming a lively area. The four of them stopped by the lake. A figure stood opposite the lake. It was the white-haired figure who had brought them to the consciousnessless Great Tao world. The white-furred figure had already grown his lower body. He looked like a cow or horse with black fur. Zhao Xianyuan shouted, "We're here. What do you want to do? Just say it." The white-furred figure let out a low and hoarse voice, "Become the realm lord and help this world escape the chaos. I will help you control the great Tao Providence Divine Authority." Tao Sovereign and the other three looked at each other. The white-furred figure continued, "Other than the great Tao Providence Divine Authority that belongs to the chaos, others can also control the great Tao Providence Divine Authority of the consciousnessless Great Tao world. The consciousnessless Great Tao world's essence is the same as the chaos, but the supreme rules of the chaos have already been divided. I'm the only one who has touched the consciousnessless Great Tao world. I can only control one." Jiang Yi frowned. "Drag us into the chaos with you? Isn't this making us betray the Tao? Everyone, you're from the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao is actually the same as the consciousnessless Great Tao world. Its essence is the same as the chaos, but it is not compatible. When the heavenly Tao grows to a certain extent, it will sooner or later fall into the same situation as the consciousnessless Great Tao world. The Tao ancestors' disappearance was also for this reason. The reason why the heavenly Tao couldn't develop ago was also because it was pressured by the chaos. The white-haired figure began to tell the four of them about the heavenly Tao's past. Tao Sovereign glanced at Lao Dan. Lao Dan sent a voice transmission, "Indeed. I've heard from my master at the heavenly Tao is a world with rules and order in the chaos. However, you also understand the current situation. If not for your master's rise, I'm afraid," Tao Sovereign's expression darkened. The white-furred figure said, "Helping the consciousnessless Great Tao world is also helping the heavenly Tao." Zhao Xianyuan asked, "Who are you?" The white-haired figure hesitated for a moment before saying, "I am the first living being in the consciousnessless Great Tao world. You can call me the number one deity." The number one deity? How arrogant. Tao Sovereign and the other three thought to themselves. Jiang Yi asked, "How can we believe you? What if you tamper with the great Tao Providence Divine Authority of the consciousnessless Great Tao world?" The number one deity replied, "I no longer have any room to scheme. I only want to survive. If you don't believe me, one of you can test me first." Tao Sovereign and the other three were silent. Zhao Xianyuan looked at Tao Sovereign and said, "Brother, decide." Jiang Yi said, "We'll do it together." Lao Dan was speechless and clutched his chest. It hurt slightly. Tao Sovereign said in a low voice, "Yes. If not for this karma, we have to take a different path and seek great opportunities if we want to seek the chaos. Besides, we will also be allies of the heavenly Tao and resist the chaos together when the consciousnessless great Tao world develops. Brothers, don't forget, we are living beings of the heavenly Tao and not the chaos. Zhao Xianyuan and Jiang Yi smiled firmly. 100,000 years later. Han Ju opened his eyes and saw Han Ling's beautiful face. He glared at her and said angrily, "How dare you to keep staring at your father?" Han Ling smiled. "Father." This smile was clearly a coquettish one. Han Ju's dissatisfaction immediately dissipated. He asked helplessly, "Tell me, what is it?" "I've already grasped the treasure you gave me. Shall we spar in the simulation trial?" Han Ling covered her mouth and laughed. Han Ju raised his eyebrows. This girl was rebellious. "You want to challenge your father? Very good, I'll let you experience the despair your father's enemies experienced." Chapter 978 Huang Zuantian's Future, The Dark Forbidden Lord is Still Here. Chapter 978 Huang Zuantian's Future, The Dark Forbidden Lord is Still Here. Han Ju agreed to fight with Han Ling, and the father and daughter entered the simulation trial. Han Ju attacked the moment the fighting started. Instant kill. There was no argument. Han Ling suddenly woke up with a stunned expression. Han Ju's expression didn't change. The Taoist temple was silent for a while before Han Ling said aggrievedly, "Father, how can you use your true strength? Even if you do, let me use my full strength first. I mainly want to test the power of this treasure." Han Ju said angrily, "There are so many opponents in the simulation trial. Isn't it enough for you to try on them? You're just too daring and want to find trouble with your father. How can this be? Hee hee. I don't care. Father, don't attack first. Let me attack for a while." Han Ju couldn't stand Han Ling's coquettishness. He could only agree. The second simulation trial began. Han Ju did not attack and let Han Ling use all sorts of methods on him. He finally saw how powerful the Emperor soldiers were. Their cultivation was like the main bodies. They were ferocious, but they did not know any mystical powers. It was indeed like an army in the mortal world. It was very difficult for anyone of the same realm to stop Han Ling. However, they became useless if there was a difference in cultivation level, no matter how many Emperor soldiers there were. Han Ling couldn't break through Han Ju's defense no matter how she attacked. In the end, she got tired and gave up. The father and daughter opened their eyes. Han Ling sighed. She had suffered a blow. Han Ju smiled proudly. "Do you know how powerful your father is? Why don't you go out and ask around?" Han Ling curled his lips. "Is that so? Then tell me your story again. Last time, you talked about attaining the Tao. What happened after that?" She was really curious. She was already invincible among her peers in the simulation trial. She could still resist even when facing a great Tao sage. She had overestimated herself and fought with all the existences in the simulation trial, but no one pressured her so much. Han Ju immediately started to tell his story. He was naturally willing to show off in front of his daughter. The story went on for a long time. Han Ling sighed after he finished speaking. Han Ju's enemies and situations fascinated her. What would she do if she faced his previous dangers? "I cultivated in seclusion so that my enemies can never guess my cultivation level." Han Ju smiled. Han Ling nodded. "I think so too. Father, don't worry. I'll never be arrogant." The father and daughter chatted for a while. Han Ling continued cultivating while Han Ju started to check his emails. His circle of friends was very lively. His old friends had already grown up and could take charge. Han Ju sighed. An email attracted his attention. Your good friend Huang Zuantian established the Great Tao world and his cultivation increased greatly. Great Tao world. This was a key to attaining the Tao creator realm. This fellow was something. Han Ju thought for a moment before pulling Huang Zuantian into a dream. The dream was the 18 peaks of the Jade Pure Sacred Sect. The green mountains and rivers were as beautiful as a painting. Huang Zuantian's aura became stronger. He wore a golden patterned black robe and a purple jade dragon horn blue crown. His robe fluttered in the wind and he had a dignified expression. Life Lord. Huang Zuantian opened his eyes and saw Han Ju. He asked, "So it's you. I have an opportunity and was looking for you. Do you want to hear it?" Han Ju said, "No." Huang Zuantian immediately knelt down on one knee and cupped his fists. "Greetings, Master." He was excited and did not put on airs at all. His achievements were indeed impressive, but he still felt that he was far inferior compared to Han Ju. If not for Han Ju using the name of the divine might heavenly sage to attract the attention of all living beings in the chaos, he would not be where he was today. With his understanding of Han Ju, he knew that the other party didn't like to be in the limelight. Wasn't he so ostentatious in the past millions of years to make all living beings forget them, the Calamity Life Controllers? Ever since Han Ju reached the peak of the chaos, the ultimate god of punishment had also looked for him and was willing to give him a chance. This made him even more respectful towards Han Ju. He felt that all of this was thanks to Han Ju. However, Han Ju didn't look for him, so he didn't dare to expose his relationship with him. Han Ju said, "Did you create a world in the depths of your soul?" Huang Zuantian was stunned. This was his secret. His master actually knew. Yes, master is really powerful. You can even discover this, Huang Zuantian replied respectfully with a look of admiration. Han Ju said, "Don't mention this to anyone, including your trusted aides." He told Huang Zuantian the information that the chaotic consciousness had told him. Huang Zuantian trembled. He didn't expect there to be a transcendent existence above the chaos. He took a deep breath and said, "Thank you for your reminder, Master. I originally wanted to move the Calamity Life Controllers in. Fortunately, you alerted me. I was almost exposed, an existence who could revive all living beings in the chaos with a wave of his hand. How terrifying was that?" Han Ju said, "I believe you will hide well. I have been paying attention to you all these years. You did well and changed the image of life in the hearts of all living beings. Are you going to participate in the chaotic assembly?" Huang Zuantian replied, "Yes. The life faction will be truly cleansed once I become a great Tao divine spirit. Master, don't worry. I won't touch the eternal peak." Han Ju was speechless. "If you have the ability, go and fight for it. You don't have to give me face. Han Huang is my son, but I also think highly of you. I've known you for far longer than my children." Huang Zuantian was touched and knelt down again. Han Ju said, "Take good care of Li Dao Kong and Shi Dudao for me, but don't say that it's my intention." "I understand, Master. Don't worry." Huang Zuantian immediately promised. The dream shattered. Han Ju opened his eyes and sighed. Huang Zuantian, what a Huang Zuantian. He could actually reach this point by himself. Jiang Juesher's future was a Tao creator. Could Huang Zuantian also succeed? Han Ju didn't use the derivation function. Regardless, Han Ju would help him if Huang Zuantian had the ability. It didn't matter if there were more Tao creators. In any case, Han Ju's goal was to become a creator lord. He could have as many people as he wanted as long as he was the best. Then, Han Ju visited Shi Dudao, Divine Lord Peacock, and Jing Tiangong in the image of the Dark Forbidden Lord. He encouraged them to not be disappointed. The Dark Forbidden Lord still had to stay. Before absolute invincibility, the Dark Forbidden Lord could help him do many things. Han Ju suddenly had an idea. Should he visit Zhao Shuangquan and Azure Heaven Mystic in their dreams and nurture them in the image of the Dark Forbidden Lord? In the end, he would ask them to target the Divine Might Heavenly Sage. What would the Tao Creator think? Han Ju could pay the price first. When the two of them were stronger, he would say his true thoughts and also check if there was a possibility of them becoming enemies. Anyway, they couldn't catch up to Han Ju no matter how strong they were. This method is fine, but I feel that there's no need. Let's cultivate. Cultivation is the key. Han Ju shook his head and laughed. Then, he entered his cultivation state. Tens of thousands of years later. Han Ju passed his 11 millionth year birthday, but it didn't trigger the system's choice reward. This meant that the choice reward would be triggered every 10 million years in the future. Chapter 979 War of the Great Tao World, Rules. Chapter 979 War of the Great Tao World, Rules. Han Ju had been in seclusion for 500,000 years. His cultivation level had increased greatly, and the ultimate origin chi in the primordial world had also increased. Some chaotic fiend celestials that were born very early began to attempt to create living beings in their own galaxies. They all failed, but at least they were trying. He had to use the great Tao of creation if he wanted to create living beings. The power of the 3,000 great Tao had already been condensed by Han Ju. Only the chaotic fiend celestials needed to discover it themselves. As for the creation fiend celestial, it was not born yet. It was still a ball of fiend celestial chi. This fiend celestial belonged to the last batch of fiend celestial dharma idols that Han Ju comprehended, so it was naturally late. Han Ju looked at Han Ling beside him. This girl was already very close to the great Tao. When she broke through, 1,000,000 Emperor soldiers would be terrifying. The primordial Emperor star was very similar to the primordial fiend celestial. The stronger one's cultivation realm was, the more powerful they were. 1,000,000 great Tao sages, 10 million great Tao supremes. This leap was simply ridiculous. Han Ju began to look forward to the next heavens chosen. Wouldn't it be exciting when he gathered more than 100 heavens chosen? Han Ju had a feeling that those Tao creators all had the power to nurture their own forces. The chaotic consciousness had the consciousnessless great Tao world, and so did the formless transcendent deity and the other two Tao creators. Perhaps there would be a war in the great Tao world one day. It was quite exciting to compete with the mighty figures and geniuses of the various worlds. Anyway, Han Ju had to prepare for his primordial world. He would take drastic measures and directly move his disciples and descendants into his world, and the primordial world transformed into the ultimate origin world, and he stepped into the Tao creator realm. The ultimate origin world was of a higher level than the primordial world. The spirit chi it contained was not something that the chaotic chi could compare to. From today onwards, it would be called the ultimate origin world. He would change the name in advance. Han Ju thought silently. Then, he started checking his emails. Compared to before, his circle of friends did not change much. However, Tao Sovereign and the other three had obtained many opportunities. They were all related to the Great Tao Providence Divine Authority. There were only 7 Great Tao Providence Divine Authorities. Could these 4 guys occupy 4? Something was wrong. Could it be that the consciousnessless Great Tao world also had the Great Tao Providence Divine Authority? It was very likely. After all, the essence of the Great Tao world was similar. With the 3,000 Great Tao as the foundation, they would create their own rules of order. One could obtain the Great Tao Providence Divine Authority with the supreme rules. Han Ju stood up and walked out of the Taoist temple to visit Xing Hongxian. Xing Hongxian naturally missed Han Ju after not seeing him for nearly 1,000,000 years. They began to chat after a few years. Are you bored staying here? It's fine if you want to go out for a walk. Do you want Linger to accompany you now that the heavenly Tao has changed greatly? Han Ju asked with a smile. Xing Hongxian shook her head. Forget it, it's meaningless. Besides, Ling'er is like you. She only knows how to cultivate. It's not bad for me to occasionally use my sage sense to observe the universe of stars. Many mortal races have already appeared in this universe. Some planets are even more lively. Liu Bei has done a good job. Han Ju said, the chaotic assembly is happening in a little more than 3 million years. Do you want to go and see it? Tor, Huang'er, and Qing'er will all participate. Xing Hongshuan's eyes lit up. Of course, I'm going. My son is going to be at the Eternal Peak. As his mother, I will definitely support him. Eternal Peak? Not necessarily. There are geniuses stronger than him in the chaos. He's indeed the first in terms of potential, but there's still the matter of opportunities. Let's see if he can grasp them. I'll be very glad if he can obtain the Eternal Peak. Han Ju smiled and didn't say anything else. Recently, many people with powerful backgrounds and fortuitous encounters had indeed appeared in the chaos. He would be disappointed if Han Huang could not suppress these geniuses as a primordial fiend celestial. However, he also felt that it was impossible if Han Huang wanted to win easily. There would definitely be a bitter battle. Xing Hongxian was deep in thought. She suddenly asked, how's Ling'er's potential compared to Huang'er? Han Ju said, in terms of potential, Huang'er is naturally stronger. What about strength? Compared to the same realm? Hard to say. Xing Hongshuan's beautiful eyes widened. That gentle Ling'er was so powerful. She suddenly thought of something and asked, husband, did you do something? You even asked Han Yu and Huang'er to marry to produce offspring. This means that you can control the bloodline of your descendants. Han Ju smiled. You're very smart, but you better not be too smart. Xing Hongxian knew that she had said something wrong. She covered her mouth and said, that's true. Trouble comes from the mouth. The less I know, the safer I'll be. Who knows if you transcendent existences can spy on what I'm thinking. She was not afraid of Han Ju, but she was afraid that his enemies would use her to obtain information. I have to urge Huang'er. Bring me to see him in 1,000,000 years. Sure. Han Ju agreed. Although the chaos was huge, with his cultivation, he wouldn't be able to go anywhere for long. After chatting for a long time, Han Ju left Xing Hongshuan's Daoist temple and went to find Qingwan'er and Xian Qingjun. They interacted for a few more years before he returned to the Daoist temple to continue cultivating 100,000 years later. Han Ju opened his eyes and sent a dream to the ultimate god of punishment. The ultimate god of punishment had sent him a dream request tens of thousands of years ago, but he was busy cultivating and did not accept it. This was his rule. He couldn't visit dreams casually. It had to follow his seclusion cycle. In the dream, the ultimate god of punishment bowed and said, Master, the chaotic assembly is getting closer and closer. The location has yet to be decided. Han Ju said, what locations have you chosen so far? 1. The void domain near the heavenly Tao and the 3 pure sacred world. No, it's too close. 2. The bottom of the chaos. I'll also make the resentful devils act as the genius's whetstones. Sure. 3rd, the great chaotic crack. It's a huge spatial crack located in the chaos northern domain. It's as long as 10,000 heavenly Tao chaotic heavenly roads combined. It contains no rules or order, and it also contains many opportunities left behind since ancient times. It's worth considering. The ultimate god listed them one by one. Han Ju also began to think. If it was before, he would have let the ultimate god of punishment choose as he pleased. However, he felt that he should scheme now that the chaotic consciousness was in the mix. The ultimate god of punishment finally said, we can build a city at the bottom of the chaos if this location is picked. In the future, All the domains have to build a teleportation formation in this city to facilitate guarding the bottom of the chaos. I'm still worried about that place. Han Ju said, sure, but to the outside world, you have to say that you chose this place, understand? The ultimate god of punishment agreed and pondered. Could there be a terrifying existence at the bottom of the chaos that made the divine might heavenly sage afraid? He continued, regarding the rules of the chaotic assembly, we have to confirm it. The number of geniuses participating in this event is immeasurable. The first round needs to eliminate a large number of people, but it's best if there are no huge casualties. Han Ju asked, just say it. You must have an idea. The ultimate god of punishment smiled and began to state the rules he had in mind. After a long while. After he finished speaking, Han Ju thought for a moment and said, the beginning is fine, but the second last stage is a little ridiculous, right? The ultimate god of punishment smiled. We have to let them know that there's always someone stronger. Chapter 980 Not enough spots for the chaotic 10 absolutes. Chapter 980 Not enough spots for the chaotic 10 absolutes. Alright, that's settled. I'll leave the details to you. Han Ju waved his hand. The ultimate god of punishment hurriedly agreed. The dream ended. Han Ju was filled with anticipation. The chaotic assembly was meaningless to him. It was just for fun. After cultivating for 10 million years, it was time to be lively. This chaotic assembly was definitely the most lively event in history, and it was led by him. After thinking, Han Ju began to cultivate. All sorts of rumors about the chaotic assembly began to spread in the next 10,000 years, causing the chaos to become lively again. Om Heavenly Court, in the desolate divine palace. Han Huang frowned. In front of him were Su Qi and Han Yu. Su Qi was here to speak for Zhao Shuangquan, and Han Yu was here to speak for Azure Heaven Mystic. The Azure Heaven Mystic represented the heavenly Tao. Ji Xianxian avoided suspicion. The other sages felt that they were useless and let Han Yu come. Although Han Yu was the divine might heavenly sage's descendant, his master, Li Dao Kong, had already betrayed the hidden sect, so he was not a hidden sect disciple. Su Qi smiled and said, Junior Huang, you can reject it. It's fine. Han Yu nodded. Han Huang wanted to refuse, but this was the first time a fellow disciple had come to ask him for a favor. Su Qi was his senior and Han Yu was his junior. As an ancestor, how could he reject a junior's request? Han Huang looked at Han Yu again as if he was seeing his father. Forget it. Alright, bring the two of them. I will definitely protect them, Han Huang said. Su Qi hurriedly said, no need. You only need to let them fight. They deserve it if they can't survive. Han Yu nodded. Han Huang was no longer the kid from back then. He still knew the basics of the world. He naturally understood that he had to take good care of them, Zhao Shuangquan and Azure Heaven Mystic. They could be injured, but they could not die. Su Qi and Han Yu quickly left after settling the matter. Han Huang found the evil heavenly emperor and told him about this. He didn't have the time to bring two geniuses around. He had to cultivate in seclusion most of the time and naturally had to leave this matter to the evil heavenly emperor. The evil heavenly emperor immediately beamed. Zhao Shuangquan, Azure Heaven Mystic. I've heard of them. Good news. Han Huang rolled his eyes. He reminded him, these two are the heavenly Tao's treasures. They can only follow the heavenly court for the time being. Nothing can happen to them, understand? The evil heavenly emperor smiled. I naturally understand, but I like prodigies. It's not like you don't know. Even if they can't serve me, it's a good thing to make friends. One more friend means one less potential enemy. Han Huang nodded in agreement. In the consciousnessless great Tao world, in the endless desert. Small springs fell to the ground like water droplets of different sizes. Dao's sovereign and the other three sat at the edge of the small springs, far apart. Zhao Xianyuan looked up and shouted, "Brothers, I'm about to break through a minor realm." Jiang Yi said, "He broke through long ago." Dao's sovereign said, "Cultivation is nothing. I'm about to grasp the great Tao Providence divine authority. This time, the eternal peak is mine." Zhao Xianyuan smiled. "Can you defeat Junior Huang? Also, Junior Tuo is also very strong. He's one of the divine punishers." Now, the 5 great divine punishers are genuine divine spirit experts. Dao's sovereign raised his eyebrows. "Although that's the case, are you going to give in? Not to mention the eternal peak, if you really give in, I'm afraid even the chaotic 10 absolutes won't be enough. Our hidden sect has too many geniuses." Lao Dan rolled his eyes. How pretentious. He couldn't help but think of the 3 pure sacred world. Could there be a prodigy in the 3 pure sacred world? Jiang Yi sighed. Han Tuo, Han Huang, Jiang Juesher, the hidden sect's personal disciples, and so on. To be honest, there are not enough spots. Zhao Xianyuan asked curiously, "Are the Black Hell Chicken and the others also participating?" Jiang Yi said, "I'm not sure. By the way, Sect Master gave birth to another daughter. She's also an innate great creation. I'm not sure what the ability is. If she also wants to participate," Zhao Xianyuan said in surprise, "there are only 3 million years left. It's too late for her to participate, right?" Jiang Yi said, "She's following Sect Master. This is impossible to predict. Have you forgotten Sect Master's experience? How strong was he after just a few million years?" Zhao Xianyuan was silent. Dao's sovereign was the same. Lao Dan couldn't take it anymore and turned around, not wanting to listen anymore. A figure descended at this moment. It was the white-haired figure, the number 1 deity. The number 1 deity looked down at the 4 of them and said, "For Tao weapons have appeared in the consciousnessless great Tao world. They can perfectly fuse with the power of the great Tao Providence divine authority. Do you want them?" Dao's sovereign and the other 3 immediately looked up. 500,000 years later. Han Ju opened his eyes and smiled. His cultivation had improved again. He directly began the simulation trial and challenged the 9-headed divine spirit. He had secretly copied the latter's cultivation when the 9-headed divine spirit attacked the 3rd Tao field. An hour later. Han Ju looked regretful. What a powerful 9-headed divine spirit. However, Han Ju could finally kill him. Such an expert was actually directly demoted to a mortal by the 9th chaos. What a waste. Han Ju continued the simulation trial and challenged the 9-headed divine spirit. After dozens of times, he could kill the 9-headed divine spirit in 5 minutes. In the future, he would use the 9-headed divine spirit as a combat strength measurement unit. Han Ju looked at Han Ling next. She had already attained the great Tao, and her temperament was completely different. Sensing his gaze, Han Ling opened her eyes and smiled. "Father, I broke through. I saw a second brother at the door of the great Tao. He protected me." Many great Tao sages were present, but they all fled with their tails between their legs when they saw him. Second brother is really powerful. Han Ling was overjoyed at the mention of Han Huang. "After all, your second brother is already a great Tao supreme. He's also considered top-notch in the chaos." Han Ju smiled. Han Ling nodded. "Father, let's spar again. I already have 1,000,000 emperor soldiers." Han Ju immediately agreed upon seeing that she was a little proud. 3 breaths later, the battle ended. Han Ling was stunned. Han Ju said, "1,000,000 emperor soldiers sound scary, but they don't know any mystical powers in the end. You might be able to unleash greater strength if they can form a formation." Han Ling woke up and asked, "Father, what are the 3,000 Dharma idols you summoned? Could it be the 3,000 chaotic fiend celestials? She had also heard that her father was a chaotic fiend celestial, and there were 3,000 chaotic fiend celestials. Han Ju smiled. This information can't be spread to others. Han Ling nodded and started to ponder over his words. Han Ju also began to ponder. This girl's cultivation speed was not inferior to Han Huang's. Should he let her participate in the chaotic assembly? There were still 3 million years until the chaotic assembly. Even if she couldn't catch up to Han Huang, it was not hopeless to occupy a spot among the chaotic 10 absolutes. Han Ju asked, Linger, do you want to participate in the chaotic assembly? Han Ling hurriedly shook her head. No. Han Ju was surprised. Why? Won't I expose my strength? I want to be like you, secretly cultivating so that no one can guess how strong I am. Han Ling said proudly. Chapter 981 Different Sword Dao River. Chapter 981 Different Sword Dao River. Han Ju sized up his youngest daughter again. She was really like him. Be it appearance or personality. Han Ju suddenly felt that he had a successor. Han Huang had never given him such a feeling. I have to nurture her well. Linger will deal with them if the little fellows outside dare to rebel. Han Ju smiled when he thought of this. Han Ling asked, Father, can you bring me to the chaotic assembly? Although I'm not participating, I also want to see the strength of the chaotic geniuses. Han Ju nodded and brought his other wives and children to watch the battle. The father and daughter chatted for a while before Han Ju started to check his emails. As the chaotic assembly approached, the battles in his circle of friends began to increase. Most of them were attacked and were rarely severely injured. They were probably sparring. Then, Han Ju's gaze landed on the ultimate origin world in the depths of his soul. The first chaotic fiend celestial, the life fiend celestial, had already attained the Tao. The ultimate origin world was higher than the previous primordial chaos and chaos. There was no way to create living beings for the time being even if the life fiend celestial attained the Tao. It couldn't figure out how to create them. It was mainly because it was ignorant. The reason why it wanted to create living beings was that it felt lonely. Han Ju thought for a moment and sent a wisp of his will into the ultimate origin world. At this moment, the life fiend celestial was cultivating on a planet with an ocean, land, mountains, and trees. The life fiend celestial's body was larger than a mountain. Sitting in the mountains, every breath would stir up a terrifying peak and shake the forest. It was like a snake with 3 heads. The head in the middle looked like a man with fierce eyes and eyebrows. The heads on both sides looked like women. Its facial features were demonic and its long hair fluttered. A figure emitting a dazzling divine light appeared in front of the life fiend celestial's middle head. It was Han Ju. The life fiend celestial opened its eyes and stared at him. No battles occurred in the ultimate origin world for the time being, so the life fiend celestial was not afraid. It was only puzzled. It couldn't sense Han Ju's aura. Han Ju smiled and asked, What are you confused about? The life fiend celestial said, I want to create existences like me. The more, the better, but I can't succeed. It had to be said that the chaotic fiend celestial was extremely simple. Facing the mysterious Han Ju, it also told him the truth. There was no suspicion, no killing, no jealousy. No concepts commonly found in society had formed yet. Han Ju smiled and said, I have a way. You need to use the power of creation. He began to guide the life fiend celestial to comprehend the power of creation. The 3,000 great Tao had already been formed. They were located above the ultimate origin world and could not reach the great Tao. To the chaotic fiend celestials, the ultimate origin world was endless. However, such a huge world was filled with loneliness, making cultivation meaningless. Other than cultivating, most chaotic fiend celestials were in a daze. In their respective domains, they looked up at the same lonely ultimate origin universe. After a long while, Hanju quietly disappeared and the life fiend celestial fell into an epiphany. Hanju opened his eyes. He couldn't help but sigh. He didn't expect that he would have to personally push the development process. Currently, although the ultimate origin chi in the ultimate origin world was increasing, it was far inferior to 1% of the nebulous primordial chi. It still required a long time for the primordial world to completely transform into the ultimate origin world. What Hanju didn't lack the most now was time. He looked forward to the day when the ultimate origin world completely formed. He didn't know if he could become a Tao creator before that. Chaos, Sword Tao River, in the pale space-time. A river formed by sword chi flowed away, never to return. Dressed in a white robe, Li Dao Kong stood on the Sword Tao River. After millions of years, Li Dao Kong had become ancient. Many of his hair had turned white, but his eyes had become even sharper. With his hands behind his waist, his robes fluttered with the sword chi. A figure appeared in the distance and also stood on the Sword Tao River. It was Laozi. Laozi stared at Li Dao Kong and said, "What a powerful Sword Tao will. You've just entered the Great Tao and actually have such strength." Li Dao Kong looked at him and said, "Grandmaster, long time no see." Laozi said calmly, "I'm not your grandmaster. You're already teacher successor. In terms of seniority, we should be of the same generation." Li Dao Kong smiled and looked at the Sword Tao River below. "Grandmaster, this Sword Tao River is completely different from the Heavenly Tao's Sword Tao River. The endless sword chi seems to contain life. Could there be a different world inside?" Laozi's expression changed slightly. "You can feel it." Li Dao Kong raised his right hand and the illusion of a golden river floated in his palm. He said, "This is the Sword Tao River I created. I feel that other than letting the living beings of the myriad worlds comprehend it, the Sword Tao River can also create living beings that belong to the Sword Tao. I tried and succeeded." Laozi was silent. Li Dao Kong clenched his right hand and the golden river dissipated. He turned around and said, "Grandmaster, it seems that you have desires, after all. There's actually another heavenly Tao hidden in the Sword Tao River, an even stronger heavenly Tao. No wonder your cultivation is so powerful. It can draw the power of all living beings' faith. Impressive." His figure turned into stars and dissipated without waiting for Laozi to answer. His last words echoed in the Sword Tao River. "Grandmaster, although you created the Sword Tao, I will surpass you. I will challenge you when I reach the Supreme Realm. At that time, it will not only be a battle between us, but also a battle between two Sword Tao rivers." Laozi did not stop Li Dao Kong from leaving. His gaze landed on the vast Sword Tao River below and he muttered, "Sword Tao? That's just your narrow definition." In a huge palace, 2 rows of stone pillars surrounded by fire dragons illuminated the hall. Huang Zuantian sat at the head of the table. Dozens of steps below him stood existences emitting powerful auras, including Ancestor Shitian, Li Dao Kong, Shi Dudao, Jing Tiangong, and the others. The weakest was at the Freedom Realm. Huang Zuantian asked expressionlessly, "How's the situation?" A white-haired old Taoist was the first to speak, "Life Lord, there are more than 100 freedom cultivators and 7 great Tao sages in the 3 pure sacred world. They are not easy to deal with." The others replied. "Yes, Laozi of the 3 pure sacred world is one of the peak existences of the chaos. It's not only him. That heavenly sect master is not easy to deal with either. I've investigated. The prodigy nurtured by the 3 pure sacred world has inherited the teachings of the human, Jia, and Chan schools. It's said that Laozi even gave him a cultivation technique personally passed down by the Tao ancestor. That prodigy is indeed impressive. He will not be easy to deal with if he becomes one of the chaotic 10 absolutes and is promoted to a great Tao divine spirit. I suggest we attack before the chaotic assembly." Huang Zuantian pondered after hearing his subordinate's discussion. His right index finger tapped the armrest rhythmically. Ancestor Shitian took a step forward and said, "You have to deal with Laozi first if you want to deal with the three pure sacred world. Life Lord, think twice." Huang Zuantian leaned forward and smiled. The three pure sacred world has to be controlled. As for how to deal with Laozi, I have a way. If Laozi is not in the three pure sacred world, can you be confident in flattening the three pure sacred world and seizing its lineage? You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.